Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Budget Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, February the 7th. Today is the first of two meetings that we'll be having for Budget Committee of the Whole. The next one will be on the 14th, a week from today. So I'm Mayor West. Joe DiPaolo, our Regional Local Councillor Joe DiPaolo, is the chair of this committee, but he is not well today, but is joining us virtually. And under our procedural bylaw, I need to be stepping in to chair the meeting, given that situation. So the first thing on the agenda is to adopt the agenda. So I'm looking for a motion to do that. Councillor Silovitz, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. Seeing nobody, Mr. Clerk, moving on. So we have two delegations today. Both are the same person, Mr. John Lee, regarding item 4.1 and also regarding 4.3. So just a reminder, Mr. Lee, we'll actually take both of your delegations at one after the other. And then we will deal with the items in the order that they're on the agenda. So if you want to come on up, you've been with us before, so you know the 5-minute thing.
Okay. Mayor West and Council. Today I have two delegations and they are related. To ensure my delegations are objective, I have included many essential data. As I'm the only delegation today, may I request combine the two 5-minute delegation time into one, so I can present a clear and complete picture without time restraint to cut corners. Thank you.
Well, under our procedure, we do the 5 minutes for each delegation. So, I mean, you'll have 10 minutes altogether, though.
Okay.
So, yeah, Mr. Lee, I ask you, I'm not sure, maybe I'm wrong here, but could you just lift your microphone up a little bit taller? Yeah, that's great. Okay, thanks a lot.
So please make sure, can you guys see this one?
Yeah, we'll put that up on the screen for you. Just give us a second.
Once ready, let me know.
Okay, a second here. It's been a while since we've used that particular piece of technology, given that we've been virtual for the last couple of years. There we go. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. About a week ago, I found the 2013 Richmond Hill operating budget and compared it to the proposed 2023 budget. I discovered some very interesting changes in how the city has allocated funds during the past decade. I'd like to share this result to you and the staff for review and discussion. First, over the past 10 years, Richmond Hill population growth is 9.3%, and inflation is about 29.3%. Second, the city operating budget has increased from 141.6 million to 200.1 million, or 59.5 million, which exactly match the population growth and inflation. However, the funds allocation is not balanced between staff compensation and the city needed maintenance and service. 52.2 million, or 89.3%, has been allocated to staff salaries and benefits, with only 10.7 given to city service. See here, 58 increasing, give staff 52, and left 6 million for the service. In 2013, the property tax revenue was sufficient to cover all municipal staff costs with an extra 3.9 million. This property tax for the city operation, this staff salary. But 10 years after, even residents pay 38.8 million more property tax for city operation. We are still short of $10 million for the staff salary and benefit. Third, if we perform a per resident budget analysis and adjust to inflation, this means apple to apple comparison. Then you will see that each resident will have a $996 in both 2013 and 2022, exactly same amount operating budget. But the only difference is that in 2013, we move more dollars from the service to staff compensations. So percentage-wise, we cut 22% city service, give staff 17% more salary and compensation. This is dollar-to-dollar comparison, already correct by inflation and population. This chart will give you a better visualize impression of how the funds was spent during the past decade. In short, see, this is service, this is staff salary. In the past 10 years, we cut service, give staff salaries. The difference today is $19 million. $19 million. I'm pretty sure many of you have arguments about validity of this comparison. Let's see an example from our neighbor city, Mannheim. Because the data availability, I cannot compare the same period, but close enough. I compare 11 years from 2011 to 2022. Over the past decade, where Richmond Hill cut essential maintenance and service to boost staff salaries and benefits, Mannheim took a different approach. On a per resident basis, adjust for inflation, Mannheim allocated more funds to improve city maintenance and service, while keeping the staff salary benefit relatively unchanged. The most part put on service and the least part for the staff salary.
Mr. Lee, I think your first period is up, but is that correct, Mr. Clerk? I don't see the timer on the screen, but yeah. No, that's fine.
Second part, and then I'll come back.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Just take your time, Mr. Lee. When you're ready, we'll get started.
Okay, this is the second part. I want to speak on this item as I was one of the person who originally pushed for the rebate program to be implemented. I firmly support the staff recommendation on the rebate program, but I challenge the need and reason for the proposed addition of a legislative service and special project coordinator position. According to the report, every 4 years, residents could potentially receive between 30 to 90,000 through the rebate program. However, the cost is an additional full-time position costs over 300,000 in the same period, which is not an efficient use of taxpayer money. In particular, I question the amount of money being spent for the contract coordinator of the election. 150,000 plus overtime plus benefits. According to the nature of this job, it seems unreasonably high. I have discussed officially with some accounting professionals, and there is much more cost-effective way to complete the job. For instance, the city could simply contract out this rebate job to any bookkeeping or data processing company for a cost no more than 50% of the rebate program. I respectfully request that the proposal for the election rebate program be amended to reflect a more cost-effective approach that doesn't require an expensive new staff position and ensure that the tax dollars are utilized in the most efficient way. This is exactly a good example how the city money being expanded. Let's see our neighbor how they spend money. Compared to Richmond Hill, Markham residents pay less than property tax for city operations, yet receive more services. This they are paid tax, Markham. Less than us, the total budget also less us per resident, but they get more service, less staff costs. Its current staff costs per resident are roughly $150 lower than Richmond Hills. Keep in mind that at most, the impact of Bill 23 to the residents of Richmond Hill is $150 per resident. That means Dr. Ford gave us $0 allowance. That's $150. If Richmond Hill were to operate as efficient as Markham, it potentially could save up to $30 million in staff salary and benefits. Even if the city just operate with the efficiency it had in 2013, it could potentially save up to $19 million in staff costs. Insufficiency have consumed millions of dollars in turn for the city services, and it's critical that this trend not be allowed to continue. Since we have been off track for so many years, we need to adopt a zero-based budget system to budget by demand rather than the previous year's amount. I respectfully request that the budget approval be postponed, thoroughly examined, and revised to give the better value to the residents of Richmond Hill. In any cases, recorded votes should be used for voting on this topic to indicate which councillors support more efficient spending of our tax dollars. Thank you. Councillors, wake up.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. So we'll bring this back now. Scheduled business. The first order of business is the operating budget, SRCFS 23007. And I think we've got a couple of different people making presentations today in that particular item on the agenda. And I think Ms. Jocelyn, our city manager, was going to be the person to kick it off, followed by staff. So over to you, Ms. Jocelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. We're happy to be in front of council today with the draft operating budget that you have before you. And that draft operating budget is what is required to address our levels of service. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the administration of staff to thank Gigi Lee and the finance team for pulling together the budget manual that council has in front of them today. And I want to thank all of the staff that had input into this budget process. We have been working on this over the past year and trying to recover from 2 years of zero-based tax rate increase. I want to take this opportunity to hand the floor over to Gigi Lee, our Director of Finance Services and our Treasurer, that will lead you through the introductory portion of our budget. And as the Mayor said, this is just the first of our 2 budget meetings where each department will be in front of you to talk about their specific budget requirement.
Thanks very much, Ms. Jocelyn. And Ms. Lee, it's nice to see you again. Seems like you're here quite a bit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's my pleasure to come before you today at this Budget Committee of the Whole meeting to present to you the 2023 Draft Operating Budget Overview. As previously noted at the Capital Budget meeting, the budget process is led by finance, but truly is a cross-organizational exercise that requires extensive collaboration engagement, and participation from all departments and divisions. It would be remiss of me to not thank everyone who has been involved and provided input into this budget process. More importantly, my gratitude to the fiscal planning and strategy team behind me who made all of this happen. The city's operating budget is a financial expression of the city's priorities and responsibilities. The 2023 budget is a balancing act of managing the recovery from the pandemic, rising costs due to inflation, amongst other factors, while maintaining our service levels and always ensuring prudent management of city finances. Next slide, please. This presentation is intended to serve as a high-level summary of the detailed content submitted in staff report SRCFS.23.007. I'll start off by walking through some of the background on the budget process and council direction, followed by a few quick slides on the economic and growth indicators that are important considerations for us in this budget process. I'll then turn the focus to the 2023 draft operating budget, the three-year outlook, and close with the recommendations of the report. Next slide, please. And one more. The 2023 budget cycle commenced in the spring of 2022 with the tariff of fees bylaw adopted by council in July, setting the user fee rates for 2023. In the second half of 2022, staff worked tirelessly to prepare the capital budget and operating budget for ELT review and committee consideration. The 2023 capital budget was presented and adopted at the January 24th Budget Committee of the Whole meeting. Today, we'll be kicking off the operating budget deliberation with a number of presentations. As part of continuous improvement, not only have we been taking steps in modernizing the budget process, as you saw through the capital budget, we've also been evolving our budget presentations and budget documentation to demonstrate commitment to engage the public in the budget by providing a new look and feel to the presentations and documents that are more reader-friendly and easier to understand. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the schedule over the next two BCWs and the presentations that will be coming forward. I'll kick off the presentations with the overview, followed by department-specific presentations that will dive into the details and pressures specific to the departments. Also an opportunity for members of the committee to ask questions and for discussion. Next slide, please. The city's capital budget is used to plan for infrastructure costs to ensure the necessary infrastructure is in place to support a vibrant and connected municipality. Versus the operating budget, which is what we're looking at today. It's a financial expression and a plan for the day-to-day operations that residents rely on. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the types of services provided through the operating budget. Next slide. This operating budget has been prepared to meet the operating budget strategy recommendations approved by council as shown on the slide. Next slide, please. Economic and growth indicators are important considerations as we develop the budgets. Economic trends and external factors impact our business, as we saw through the last number of years as a result of the pandemic. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the price indices and the inflationary pressures the city's faced with. Double-digit increases in construction price index, natural gas, and gasoline. An overall CPI of 6% for Ontario was recorded in 2022. These present significant pressures to the city's various budgets. Next slide, please. This slide shows a graphical comparison of historical tax levy increases and inflation, indicating Richmond Hill has fared well over the last 4 years, coming well below the CPI and the York Region's MPI that we use for internal benchmarking, which better represents municipal spending. One important takeaway from the graph is that the city has been managing the impact of inflation through efficiencies, savings, and additional revenues. Combined with supply chain disruptions, inflation, and labor shortages, the city's purchasing power has been eroded, and we will see some of that impact in the 2023 draft operating budget. Next slide, please. This shows the historical population growth and the projected growth to 2026 based on York Region growth estimate. As you can see, the population in Richmond Hill is anticipated to reach just over 239,000 in 2026. Next slide, please. And one more. A familiar slide that we showed for the capital budget, highlighting the external factors and the new normal that impact the city's budgets. COVID-19 impact, ongoing supply chain disruptions, and the war in Ukraine continue to dampen growth and boost prices for the economy. Rising gasoline prices impact contract renewals and the cost of materials. Continued increase in demand for goods and services result in inflated prices, as we saw in December of 2022, where the year-over-year CPI increase of 6.3%. A tight labor market has created labor shortages in all sectors. Some are specific to Richmond Hill as well. On the flip side, the Bank of Canada has increased overnight rates from 0.25%, that was back in March of 2022, to 4.5% in January of 2023. Which translates to a higher investment income to the city on our cash balance and investments. The 2023 draft operating budget reflects the true cost of operating in this new normal. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the various budgets with a total of almost $395 million. The capital budget was approved at the January 24th Budget Committee of the whole meeting. The other budgets will be discussed in further detail during today and the next week's BCW meeting. Next slide. This slide shows at a high level the distribution of the operating budget and the breakdown by services. For example, 5 cents of the dollar is spent on waste collection, 16 cents on the dollar on fire emergency services, etc. So this slide is intended to show as a graphical representation of our budget and the services that are provided for. Next slide, please. We often hear the words balancing the budget. What does that really mean? It means that we must identify the sources of financing for all known financial obligations of the city. In the context of the 2023 operating budget, it means that our total expenditures need to be funded by the same amount of revenues. As shown on the scale, our total expenditures add up to just over $200 million, broken down by the expense categories over to the left. Over to the right, the various revenue sources are identified. As you can see on the slide and at the bottom right corner of the scale, there's a net tax levy requirement of $4.67 million in order to balance the budget. Next slide, please. The operating budget pressures are lumped into a few categories. This slide focuses on the base budget pressures. The most significant base budget pressure items are listed on the slide, separated by expenses and revenues. Over to the left, we see pressures from personnel cost, inflation, and increase to the tax rate stabilization reserve to offset by savings in casual wages. Over to the right, we're experiencing a high interest rate cycle, and we're benefiting from the increased investment income, providing additional revenues to our budget. What we see over on the right-hand side as well is an increased transfer from the water wastewater fund to reflect staffing and resource efforts that are aligned to the different budgets. Also to the right of the slide, we'll see there's a significant decrease in user fees in the recreation and cultural division as a result of the continuing impact of COVID-19. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the other pressure categories. The details are provided in the budget book and the staff report. And what we see here is under legislated, the pressures are shown, which includes minimum wage increases for part-time staff, OMERS eligibility for part-time staff, as well as overtime for legislative firefighter certification. Over to the right, we see annualizations. So these are related to new staffing requests that were approved by council in the year prior, as well as annualization of Microsoft 365 licenses. Over to the right, we've summarized the growth-related pressures. Under this growth-related category, it shows the negative numbers as assessment growth revenues are projected to be higher and exceeding the growth pressures. Overall, the growth category is providing an offset to the other pressures. Next slide, please. This is a graphical representation showing the internal review process that took place for the 2023 operating budget. Starting from the left, during the 2022 operating budget deliberation, staff provided a financial outlook for 2023 with a projected tax rate increase of 4.02%. We then commenced with the budget process, and to prepare for submission, steps were taken to minimize the tax rate impact. The action taken are described on the slide, as you see in the bubbles. The end result is that despite historic high inflation and other factors impacting the budget, we're here today to recommend a tax rate increase of 3.84%, and that's below what was forecast. Next slide, please. This graph shows the breakdown of the tax rate increase and how the various pressures, revenues, sources stack up. The long bar to the right is a summation of the various types of pressures, indicating how they translate to a percentage of the tax rate increase. To the left, at the top, the gross revenues highlight revenue sources taken into account to offset the budget pressures. Bottom left bar is what I had indicated on an earlier slide that shows the net tax levy increase that's required to balance the budget. Next slide, please. Richmond Hill received COVID-19 related grant funding from the provincial and federal government. A total of $11.5 million was received, of which some of the funding has been allocated to address COVID-related financial impact in 2020 as well as 2021. Going into 2022, there was $7.1 million carried forward from the funding to provide for 2022 related pressures. The 2022 results were trending more favorable at the time when we're looking at the 2023 budget. As a result, we've allocated $2.5 million and factor that into the 2023 draft operating budget to offset some of the pressures. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 2023 tax impact on the average residential property with a current value assessment of $1.1 million. What you see on the table is based on the city's proposed tax rate increase of 3.84%, under the city column, the average residential property will see an impact of $75.08. That translates to $6.26 on a monthly basis, and to a daily amount is 21 cents. Over to the right, what we factored into the region column is the region's proposed budget. So the region's proposed budget is 2.9% for their base and also 1% for infrastructure levy. So we factored in the 3.9% for comparison purposes. So for the region's impact, annually, it's $150.15. Monthly, $12.51, and daily impact of 41 cents. So overall, this shows the 2023 impact on an average residential property in Richmond Hill. Next slide, please. So this slide, it's somewhat of a continuation from the table that I just showed on the previous slide. This shows graphically the property tax distribution. So as you can see, out of the pie, the property tax distribution, approximately 51% of the property tax bill goes to the region, 23% goes to the school board, and the remaining 26% goes to the city of Richmond Hill, and that's to provide for services provided for by the city of Richmond Hill. Next slide, please. And next slide. This table provides for the 2024 to 2026 outlook. The factors and pressures are described on the next slide, but what we'll see here is the 2023 draft budget with a proposed tax rate increase of 3.84% and a capital asset sustainability levy of $1.2 million, which is equivalent to 1%. And also going to the 2024 outlook to 2026 and the respective tax rate increases and the impact of the capital asset sustainability levy. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, this table outlines some of the financial outlook pressures that we factored into the numbers that you've just saw on the previous table. So within the pressure category, we've identified personal expenditures, which includes a cost of living adjustments, grade and staff, as well as benefit rate increases, as well as the new staff requests that are being proposed for the 3-year outlook. With respect to recreation and culture, we are factoring partial recovery of the aquatics program over 2 years. So over the years of 2024, with the remaining 50% recovery in 2025, and the wave pool is to be open in April of 2024. As I mentioned on some of the previous slides, inflationary pressures will continue to impact us overall, and that's going to be on the existing as well as some of the future contracts, which may include waste, winter control, as well as some of the facilities contract that we have. Also, in the outlook, we have factored in pressures related to computer software maintenance, and I've identified some of the softwares here. So essentially, as we move to modernize and leverage on new technology, what we're looking at also is some of the impact and pressure that we'll see in the future budgets. And then last but not least, we factored in for legislated the minimum wage increase into the 3-year outlook. And I do want to point out, it's highlighted at the bottom of the slide, which was also on another slide as well, that the financial impacts from the legislative changes are not factored into the budget or the 3-year outlook. Next slide, please. So this and the next slide, sorry, one more slide. This slide and the next slide highlight or the recommendations that are in the staff report. So the first recommendation, it's for committee to receive the report, and that the staff recommendations for the budgets be deferred to the next meeting. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation on the budget overview.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. So are we having presentations then by all the others at this time as well? Like we've got Ms. Jocelyn, Ms. Steele, and Mr. Solomon are all going to be speaking right after you? Okay, and then the recommendation that you had on the screen, does that match what we have in our agenda? Okay.
Maybe we can separate the questions.
Sorry, what was that?
For the chair, the recommendation in the agenda is for all of B and under. So in the presentation rather, C, D, and I think E should be.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just wondering actually whether we should be doing questions of Miss Lee's presentation now before then we go into the other. So right now, members of council, what I would recommend is that we ask any questions of Miss Lee while they're fresh in our mind. Then we'll go to the next speaker, do the same, the next speaker, do the same, and then we will look for a motion, which is the entirety of what's on our agenda. Okay, does that work with everybody? All right, so questions for Miss Lee, who would like to kick us off? Okay, Councillor Davidson.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Lee and your staff, and thank you for making the budget something that I can understand, at least as much as I understand the numbers. On slide 11, you mentioned that obviously on the graph there, the taxing, fair to say that the tax increase this year is because we had below 1% and then 0 and 0 over the last 2 years. Has the lack of an increase over the last few years had any effect on this budget?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would say there are many factors that impact the 3.84% that's before you today. One of which may be a catch up from the zeros that we've had over the last couple of years.
Thank you. And I meant to ask through you, Mr. Chair. So this budget and the tax increase has nothing to do with the pending effects of Bill 23, the provincial changes to some of the rules about charges in municipalities. So that hasn't kicked in here. This is not, doesn't have anything to do with that this year. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, Councillor Davidson, that's correct.
Thank you. On slide 19, under growth, it says 15 new staff requests. Sorry, that's not the firefighters, is that correct? And if so, can you explain a little bit about the 15 staff requests? I got confused because it's under a bracket indicating it's not costing money, but it says 15 new staff. I'm kind of confused by that. Where it says 15, sorry, slide 19, it says 15 new staff requests with July 23 start dates.
If maybe we can go back to slide 19. Through the chair to Councillor Davidson. So what we're showing on this slide is under the growth category, there are 15 new staff requests that are being recommended, that are being proposed for the 2023 budget. And the details of those requests are in Appendix B, I believe, of the staff report. So these are new staff requests that are being proposed with a start date of July 2023. The reason why you're not seeing an impact in this growth category, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is because at the bottom of this category, we have the revenue that's coming in from assessment growth. So because the assessment growth revenue that's coming in, it's offsetting some of the pressures. Overall, you're seeing a negative under the growth category. So just going back to your earlier comment about the firefighters, that would be in the category to the left, which is under annualizations.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Also through you, Mr. Mayor, on page 22, we see that there was COVID-19 grant funding. Is that going to run out this year, or is there anything left? I see we're moving it. It's getting smaller, I guess, but at some point I assume we've spent it. Is this sort of the last hurrah?
Through the chair to Councillor Davidson. So going into 2022, we were anticipating to use the $7 million, 7.1 that was remaining. And out of the $7.1 million, we had anticipated we would use about $5.6 million of that in 2022. with an overall balance or surplus or remaining funding of $1.5 million for 2023. However, as we were working on the budget in 2022, we were seeing trends that are trending more favorable in that we are expecting to see a higher surplus at the end of 2022. So we factored that into the 2023 draft operating budget. And that's why you see the note at the very bottom of the slide that we factored in $2.5 million to offset the 2023 operating budget.
So there is money left over after this year. So you asked if this is the last hurrah. There will probably be one more hurrah.
Okay,
Which is 2023.
I understand. Thank you. And my last question through you, Mr. Mayor, on slide 26, if I add up correctly with the help of my phone, we're looking at 18.5% tax levy increase between 2023 and 2026. 18.5%. And that's before we know what the effects of Bill 23 are. Is that, and that is assumed to just stay the course, not, I know there are some big things coming up in the future about capital budget, but do I have that right? 18.5 over the next 4 years total in 4 years?
Through the mayor, that's correct. So that is based on information that we have today and some of the inflationary and contract impact that we anticipate. Overall, we're looking at that over the next 4 years.
Bill 23 effects notwithstanding, we don't know what those will be as well, right?
That's correct.
Oh, sorry, through you, Mayor. Thank you.
It's through the chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Chan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, City Manager, Director Lee, and everyone who has an input to this. This is an annual thing that we are doing. However, it should not be routine, and as every year the situation changes. So I don't envy our staff, in particular finance people, for putting all this together. Thank you. As the slides are getting more and more colorful, I also want to, after the compliments, I want to touch on something that have been raised by the delegate. To the extent possible, through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Lee, is there any benchmarking in terms of percentage of personnel costs that is as a portion of the annual operating budget? Ours is about 2/3, 67%. To the extent that you have information and that can be shared, because sounds like a delegate did a lot of work looking at Markham, but we are Richmond Hill. We should have a make in Richmond Hill budget. But having said that, is there any idea how other municipalities surrounding us on this particular percentage or figure? Through you, Mr. Chair, so we can compare.
Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Chen. We do have benchmarking, and from our benchmarking exercise, we've looked at other local municipalities within the region, and that percentage ranges from the high 40s to the low 70s. What I would say, though, is that I would caution that it's not a complete picture when we just look at picking a number, which is the total personnel costs, and applying that as a percentage of total. There are many different factors that play into what that percentage means, and it's also unique to the different municipalities. So just to compare that percentage may not be a fair representation. But as I said, it ranges between the high 40s to the low 70s.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Lee, this is council session. With respect, Thank you, Director Lee, for your response. And I think it's important to set out the context in an overview, but I concur with you. We might not necessarily compare apple to apple because it's a base assumption that all other factors are the same. And in reality, it might be, but might be not. And so one other thing I just want to comment, I was about to ask a question on slide number 19, but I'm glad my colleague, Councillor Davidson, asked that. Of the 15 new staff position, I mean, based on what I understand from the previous budget book reading, that is it not true 6 already are fully funded from identified source and 1 is partially funded, and then the 8th one was actually a conversion we are required to do. So if you take that, my math is right, 15 minus 6 minus 1 minus 1 minus 8, that means, in fact, 7 new positions are being proposed that are not yet funded. Is that correct? To you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Chan, that is correct. And that is the very reason why that percentage can be very complicated, right? So as you've just pointed out, we do have other funding sources that are applied to fund some of the positions and the personnel cost. So it's really an apples to oranges comparison. But overall, to answer your question, yes, we do have a number of the new staffing requests that are already funded with no tax rate impact. And what you've identified are ones that are funded or proposed to be funded by tax.
Thank you. So again, my intent is to point out the whole overall context and really get to look at what the specific impact that on this year's particular operating budget. I'm glad my colleague, Councillor Davidson, have asked a question about Bill 23, about the discontinuing of this Safe Start funding of COVID. So perhaps to the extent you could help Director Lee through Mr. Chair, would that be somehow, do you foresee potential contingency? We might have to do some we mean a corporation, some adjustment in the middle year, depending on whether hopefully may get some additional funding or different sources of funding from federal and provincial in relation to no longer safe, restarting or starting, but perhaps some kind of support arising from hopefully negotiation of Bill 23 and 109. Is that contingency might have been made or assumed? So you, Mr. Chair, to Director Lee.
Through the chair, what we factored is based on the best information that's known at the time. So it is based on the information that we currently know. So I would say no to being a contingent for Bill 23 or anything else.
Okay, thank you. And maybe this is as good a time as just leaving this comment, maybe serve as a notice or motion I would like to raise next week about that in moving forward. How can we expand on, improve on the process on engaging the public in participation moving forward? So I'll leave it as that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for me to seek some clarifying question. But I think the important bottom line is Richmond Hill has a different context than other municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And the next person is Councillor Tree.
Okay, thank you so much for Ms. Chair. Through you, Ms. Chair, to our treasurers. I might have a lot of questions. If beyond 5 minutes, I might ask a second round of question. First question, Ms. Clerk, can you help me bring up our Appendix A?
Sorry.
Yes, otherwise there are a lot of numbers. It's not easy to figure out.
Through the mayor, Councillor Tree, you're referring to Appendix A in the staff report?
Not yet. Okay, this is our agenda. So we have 6 appendix.
Through the mayor, Councillor, we do not put up staff reports on display. Certainly, you're able to discuss them and raise them through conversation and through your questions, but we don't present them on the screen.
How about that slide? You should that.
Slide 26, certainly.
I believe that's the only numbers, all the high level numbers over there, right? 26. Okay. Let me ask the high level questions here. I remember I read through, we have around $9 million. That's its budget for the base budget. Majority is for personal expenditure and also personal care. If I read clearly, for the personal care, we reduce around $652,000. Can you explain to that? Unfortunately, this picture cannot show us. So yeah, so for the personal.
Through the chair to the counselor. So you're referring to the 652,000?
Yeah.
That's the number?
Yeah, that's why it's coming from personnel casualty. We are reducing that cost. So can you explain more reasons why there's decrease instead increase? Supposedly for personal spendings, we should have more money spending, right? This year for personal permanent, we reserve around $6.8 billion, but on the personal care, we reduced around $40,000. Is that any reason?
So if we can go back to slide 18. So the reason why the casual wages is experiencing a negative or going the other way is noted on the slide. So is under base expense changes, just below the minus. So casual staff savings from the aquatics and crossing guard shortages. So because of the shortage in labor, we're not able to run some of the programs. So as a result, we're seeing savings in casual wages, which are then offset by the revenues that are absent.
Okay, perfect. My second question, can you bring to the page 26 regarding to the user's fee and the fine?
Sorry.
Do we have user's fee and fine here as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, not sure up here. Never mind. I'm going to stop asking because similar questions, right? So stop a wave pool closure and also operation hours reduced. That made the cost is low or a short of the user's fee, right? So is that true? Please, but for user fee and fines, based on 2023 budget, we are reducing the 2 million. We are short of 2 million revenue here, right?
Are you, through the chair, Counselor, are you referring to a specific slide?
If you look at Appendix C, unfortunately, we cannot show up here. There is under our revenue part, we have users and fines. I'll read it for you, okay? Under the users fees and fines, we have $2 million loss.
Yes.
Under the investment income, we do have a 2 billion revenue. Grant and from reserve, etc., we do have income in here, but it's only for users fee and the fines, we lose $2 million here.
Through the chair to the counselor. So it's mostly related to recreation. So there's the shortage in staffing. We're not able to run those programs and we're seeing a reduction in revenues as a result.
Okay, thank you so much. Perfect. Can you bring back to the page 26 as well? I do have some suggestions here.
Slide 26.
Slide 26.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see from this chart, right? If I read correctly, for the public work enforcement program, we have around $500,000 budget here. If I read clearly understand correctly, this public work enhancement program mainly is coming from range of services, so from operation. my personal expression or suggestions here, because you specifically put here is great, but I would like me put under the gross. If you got top, the 1, 2, 3, 4, the first column is gross. We have around $857 or $1,000 here. I'm assuming public work enforcement should be underneath here. Just prevent future confusion. That $857 million, including this 500.
Through the chair to Councillor Treese. So we've separated those out to identify those impacts specifically, those two programs. So I see your point in that we can, going into the future, clarify a little bit and perhaps draw the link so that it's easier to read.
Okay, next question regarding the fire master plan, 16 firefighters, because specifically listed here as $5,000. If I read correctly, it should be under the annual addition. So far, under our annual addition, we have $3,000. That's averagely coming from our IT department for Microsoft license renew, etc. Right? Would you mind put those two together? Because this is really under the annualization part. I know you want to specifically define the fire master plans here, but this leads me reading very intelligent as well. Can you please combine them together as 2 columns or 2 items there? Those we know under annual addition, we have totally $533 there. Thanks.
Through the chair, as you've noted, Councillor, we've pulled those numbers out specifically to identify them as a separate impact. We can certainly look to in the future show a different presentation or show a different layout of it so that it's easier to understand and to avoid confusion.
Is my time up here yet or not?
I think you got another minute.
Okay, perfect. My next question regarding to the tax, we resolve 3.84% tax. What is the ratio in our city? The residential tax, vs commercial tax and others. What's the ratios here?
Through the chair to Councillor Tree, the ratio for residential, it's approximately 88%.
So it means if
So
you charge $1 for tax, the 0.88 coming from residential.
so overall, if we're recovering, I think 120,
21 or 23.
$123 million in taxes. So 88% of that comes from residential properties. The remaining 12 come from commercial, industrial, and everything else.
Okay, gentlemen, you're sitting here, you listen, our tax majority coming from our residents, right? So if you're living in our city, so our city tax depends on residents. So I just give a heads up. If in future we have 10 years plans, better way, we're going to switch a little bit, right? Residents should pay less instead of commercial and industrial. Okay, I'm going to go to second round. I do have a lot of questions here.
No, that's fine. Thanks, Councillor. Okay, we've got Councillor Silovitz and then Councillor Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to our city manager, Gigi Lee, and all her finance team, thank you very much for your incredible work here. I just have a couple of questions to you, Mr. Chair. Dovetailing onto what Councillor Davidson was discussing with Bill 23, and I know it's vacuous at the moment. Has there been any discussions with or any whisperings from the government, the provincial government, that we're going to get anything from them? Or is that still all completely, we just don't know? I don't want to put you on the spot, but just wondering.
Through the chair to Councillor Silovitz, the quick answer is no. When the announcement of Bill 23 came out, there were discussions or at least some indication of funding.
Yeah.
Since then, I think it was Minister Clark who had indicated that municipalities would be made whole But what that really means, we don't know.
Okay, so we truly are still in the dark.
Mhm.
And with regards to any further provincial funding for COVID-19, has there been any whisperings from the province that the municipalities are going to get any further funding, or are we at that point where we're done and we just have to use whatever we had left?
Through the mayor, we have not heard of any new announcements or any funding that's related. In my conversations with area treasurers as well, they do understand that the 2021 funding was the end.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you very much. And just another question. If you are unable to answer this, I understand. If one is comparing Markham and Richmond Hill, for instance, because that is what was brought up, with a lot of documentation, if we're just simply comparing the two from a staffing perspective, do you know how many personnel we have as opposed to how many personnel Markham has? I mean, is it, as Deputy Mayor Chan said, we've got to compare apples to apples here, not apples to oranges or apples to walnuts.
Through the chair to Councillor Solifitz. So to the extent that we've been doing some of the benchmarking, it's been focused on total personnel costs as a percentage to the total expenditures. We have not looked into the number of staff at the other municipalities. So I can't comment further as to whether there's a difference or not. But as I mentioned earlier, I would still definitely caution that situations are very unique with each municipality, that it may not be a fair comparison.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, you don't have the chair or the floor. Thank you, Treasurer Lee. I completely agree with you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Shu.
Thanks, Chair. And the presentation, I appreciate all the staff with your great effort on the budget. Just want to clarify one thing regarding the proposed tax hike. According to the slide 23, it states that we'll have a tax increase 3.84%. And also the regional's proposed rate of 3.9%. But on the slide 15, I found that there's a cash levy. The cash levy is a 1% tax rate equivalent. So that means we have to put 1% more on the tax increase, right?
Through the chair to the councillor, if we can go back to slide 23. This table shows the tax impact and the CAS levy. It's shown on this as well. It's the last column or the first column to the right. So that column shows the 1% equivalent for the capital asset sustainability fee.
So that means the total for our portion for our city is 3.84. 3.84, not 4.84. It's 3.84. The exact tax increase.
Through the mayor, the total tax levy related to city operations is 3.84%. And there's 1% of the CAS levy that goes straight to funding for infrastructure.
Can we put it this way? So the total percentage we will have a tax hike, including the York region's 3.9 will be 8.74%.
Through the chair to the councillor, that is incorrect. So if we go to the next slide, it shows the loonie. So the 3.84% applies to that 26%, right? So we're not applying 3.84 plus 3.9 to the entire pie. So the 3.84% only applies to the city portion, which is the 26% that you're seeing here. And the 3.9% from the region applies to the 51% that's shown at the bottom. So it's not cumulative. So it's a percentage increase on the proportionate share.
Okay, I see. So do we have any figures? How many percentage exactly we have to increase in the upcoming year, including the York Region Park? Do we have a number of? So that we can easily understand what percentage exactly the tax increase.
Can we go back to the previous slide? I don't have a calculator with me. But essentially, through the chair, what we're looking at is that total column, right? So when we look at
3% plus education, that's all.
So actually, you know what, give me one moment. Roughly 3% through the chair. So essentially what I've done is when you look at the total column, the 2023 average tax bill is 7,783. And what we've shown also on this table is that part of the 7,700 is the increase, which is the 225. So I've kind of just taken the math, which gives me the base of $7,500 or so roughly. So the 225 on the 7,500, it's roughly 2.98 or 3%.
Okay, clear. That's what we want. Another question is, have you taken any consideration with the impact of Bill 23 on this budget overview?
Through the chair to Councillor Xu, the answer is no. We, as mentioned in previous meetings and also in the presentation, that there are still a number of unknowns. And for that reason, we have not factored in the impact of Bill 23 into the operating budget.
We all know that is unknown, but do we have any plan B in case there's no any external fundings or not enough funding to compensate the shortfall of development charges? Is any plan B in case?
Through the chair to Councillor Xu, we are actively working on and not analyzing the impact of Bill 23. In 2023, we're undertaking the DC background study, which will inform and update some of that impact. So as we move through and as we finalize or understand a little bit more about the impact, then we'll develop a plan and we'll share that with council as well as we move forward. As I mentioned, as of this point, a lot of information it's unknown. And more importantly, the impact of Bill 23, the majority of the impact of Bill 23 is premised on those exemptions and those affordable housing units, right? So if they are not realized, then we're not going to be seeing that impact. So to now factor it all into the operating budget to say 30%, that can change. So what I can say is over the next little while, we're continuing to analyze and understand the impact of Bill 23.
Okay. Our system respects on the system. That's what I'm to say. Thanks. That's all about my question. Thank you.
No, they're actually good questions, Councillor. I mean, there's so many unknowns right now with Bill 23. And so I want to just ask, because I think maybe you need to go one step further. Is the impact of Bill 23 is probably not going to be very much realized in this budget, but it will be in the next budget. Is that safe to say or not? I mean, we're already realizing the impacts, or will be more momentarily, of Bill 109. But on the revenues that we would get from development applications, but it's more of a threat in 2024.
To you, Mayor West, that's correct. So in 2023, we're not going to see the impact of Bill 23, because if you recall from that previous presentation, a lot of the impact comes from those exemptions and discounts, and the rest of it really is from the mandatory phase-in of development charges, as well as removing some of the services and they're no longer provided for. We're going through that exercise of updating our development charges background study. Until then, our revenues aren't changed.
Right.
So we're probably looking 2024 to see some of that impact roll in. And that's why I said throughout the next little while, we'll continue to provide updates to council.
Right. A little bit like throwing a snowball from a train trying to hit a car going the opposite direction. So, all right. So next is Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff. Thank you, Director, and your team for the great effort. As long as Councillor Shield asked about slide 23. So I think the percentage increase of tax doesn't have a real meaning to a regular resident. I think it's the amount that hit them, that they have to pick out from their pocket, that matters. So on top of that 1% question, so this chart 75.08 annually did not include a 1% levy. Am I correct? Through Mr. Mayor.
23. Through the chair to Councillor Liu, that's correct. So the 75.08 represents the 3.84%. So the 1%, which is the CAS levy, it's the 1955 to the right.
Right. And also, is the region also has a levy on top of that 3.9%?
So for the region, we factored it in. So the region's increase is 2.9 plus 1. The 150.15 you're seeing here captures the 3.9%.
Oh, now I'm clear. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, I think the million questions today is, why the personnel cost is so high. That's the elephant in the room. Nothing to hide. But before I start, it's not the staff fault. To be honest, it's council that allow this to happen over the years, and not including the 4 new councillors. We take all the blame. But I think when I look at the numbers, 67% of the budget is personnel cost, and that leaves us not much room to jiggle. Those services is only 13%, and all those we don't have much room to actually make improvement. Okay, you want to answer? I don't have an answer. I don't have a question actually, but it's more in the comment. Because when I look at the Richmond Hill 64%, I know we are unique. But when we compare it to Markham or Vaughan, they have more people, they have more population, but some of them has even less employees than us, and they don't have such a big proportion of personnel cost. So I just putting out there, I don't know if we need a special education session to actually go over the personnel cost, or I think we actually need to look into this council as a whole. We might not be able to make any changes this year, but I think going forward, I think we're responsible to actually look into, maybe there's a need, I don't know, but I don't think it's hard for us to actually explain to the residents that why 67% of the budget is personnel cost. So I'm just throwing it out there. I leave it to staff and council to make that decision. But this is a tough sell for us, to be honest. And I think we need more information, and we need to give more thoughts on that. And that's all my comments. And I don't have much questions. Just one thing, I know this is a graphic representation, but when I add up all these 0.606, it doesn't add up to $1. It's only add up to 82 cents. So I don't know if it's going to be a public document, but if someone like me that, have nothing better to do and do this calculation, that might be a question. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have anybody else on the first round. Oh, sorry, Regional Local Councilor and Budget Chair DePaulo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any specific questions, but I do want to comment on a few things that have been said while it's fresh in our mind before we go on to the next presentation. I really want to thank our treasurer, Gigi Lee, and her finance team for all the work they've done in preparing this budget document and handling and analyzing all the different factors that have gone into a situation where costs are up everywhere. The one thing I want to mention when you're comparing with other cities, every municipality in Ontario is facing potential larger increases this year than in previous years, and everyone's facing the same 3% regardless of what they did in the past. And I think we were very prudent in having our 0% tax increases in the last 2 years, and we're still in that same position. We still contributed to our reserves. We've been very financially healthy. We hired 16 firefighters and made sure that service was kept top notch. We haven't compromised safety. We haven't compromised services. We increased services. Richmond Hill's in a very good position, but everyone is facing a challenge in this year's budget, and it's without being an expert, just intuitively you can see that when gas prices go up 50%, and all the fleets that we have and all the different cost pressures, we're the same as every household in Richmond Hill that's grappling with higher costs. We have much higher costs and a relatively stable revenue source. So that's a challenge that we're facing, but so are other municipalities. But I really just wanted to inject a little bit, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you for taking over as chair of this meeting until I'm able to come in. But with regards to personnel, we do things very differently. Vaughn Markham contract out a lot of services. We hired 30 new full-time staff in-house to provide the Windrow program, for example. So that would be classified with Mr. Lee's calculation as a personnel cost when clearly it's a service. It's an additional service that's been added. So we have a very cost-effective way of providing that service, but it shows up as increased personnel, and that I just use that as an example. There's a lot of things that we do in-house, and there's a labor cost to it that other municipalities are contracting out. You see Aurora, how low they are. They contract out a lot of services, and so that we're really getting into the argument of whether whether full-time staff or contracted services are better able to supply municipal services. And that's a whole different story, but you cannot just simply say Markham has X number of people and X number of salary cost and Richmond Hill's salary cost is higher. So I think that needed to be said. So I thank you for giving me some time. I'm gonna say a lot more when the time comes and I introduce the recommendations of staff. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Regional Local Councillor DePaulo. So I'll just finish off on the first round. There's been an ask for a second round. This is a good discussion, and and I'm glad that we're having this. I mean, I always find it's interesting, at budget time. I mean, nobody I've met yet likes to pay taxes for things like this because there's not a clear line often between paying the taxes and the benefit that you get from those taxes. But clearly, we do get benefits, as a municipality with the services that the municipality delivers to our community. But I think on the other hand, we really do need to scrutinize the budget very carefully. I know that the staff, spends pretty much a year going through, and it's a constant iterative process to make sure that we're presenting a budget that is, reasonable and as efficient as possible. And I know that our staff has gone through a lot of the lean type training and restructuring or reorganization. It's always a process that we're going through. And I would absolutely continue to encourage staff to always look for ways to make this budget as lean as we possibly can. And I would say that the same process also occurs at the region of York. And I know that, my regional colleagues are also working on that right now, actually at the region of York as well. And frankly, this is why I'm pleased this year that we've got this process where we have two budget committee of the whole meetings before the council meeting. So we have plenty of time to look at this, decide on what we need to do, talk, publicly and talk to each other as colleagues and make sure that we understand it. We are looking for fresh ideas, new ideas, and so on. So this is what this process is all about. And I would just remind my colleagues on council that, we have some time here, but don't squander it. Ask staff, call Miss Lee, call the staff, talk to the department heads, make sure you understand it. And if there's ways that we can trim this down as much as we can while still delivering excellent services to our residents, let's do it. I mean, we're all committed to that. Okay, Mr. Lee, excuse me. Nobody interrupted you when you were speaking, and you've now interrupted several times. I'd ask you to please stop. So anyway, one of the things that I think is important to keep in mind, and there's been lots of different parts to this answer, and I think we need to be digging harder into all of these different things. In Richmond Hill and in any municipality, a lot of the services that we deliver are delivered by people. And, we do need to find technological ways to deliver service and make things more efficient. And, and we need to be working hard to find those technological ways of doing things. But at the end of the day, it's, still the roads get plowed by people. The parks get maintained by people. The water gets delivered by pipes, but essentially by people. I mean, we do have excellent staff here that provide the services that we require. So having said that, again, I want to reiterate that we need to be looking at efficiencies as much as we possibly can. But that has always been a feature of municipal budgets, is that we are going to see a significant proportion of the budget going for personnel. So that's all I have to say on that round. Councillor Tree, you have asked for a second round. Is there anybody else who wants a second round on this? Councillor Chan, anybody else? Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Tree.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Chair. Through Ms. Chair to our treasurers. Let me ask two questions. Maybe this might be related to confidential information. If you think this is not right answer, don't answer me. Okay, the first question regarding to the head count. How many officially head count plus permanent and also contractor working for City of Richmond Hill? Is that confidential information? Can we share?
Through the chair, It's public information. We have it in the budget document. So we have the headcount by department. When we add them all up together based on what we have in the budget book, full-time headcount, 916. So that's adding up all the headcount that's in the budget book. And then also the 2023 draft budget, with the proposed 15 that's being added, that number goes to 931.
Thank you so much. My second question also may be related to confidential. So what's the salary increment for 2023 budget for the permanent employee? If you think that's confidential, you don't need to answer me.
No.
%1.7%.
For the salary increment, right? Thank you so much. I'll go back to the number. And Ms. Clark, do you mind bring the page 26? Again, the numbers.
Sorry.
You can see from this chart perspective, right? 2023, we expected 3.8% of the tax. And back to 2024, as prediction, we raised up 5.78 and gradually reducing. Also, from the baseline perspective, the number this year is 6.9 million, gradually become 5.3, 5.3, etc. So why there is a trend slowing down or reducing? Explain.
Through the chair to Councillor Tree, would you mind repeating that question? So your question is about why the base budget is decreasing over time?
And also tax increase. It's on the contrary, right? Base is decreasing, but tax is increasing. At least 2024, it reached up to high 5.7.
So through the chair, there are different components to this table. So when we focus on the baseline, I think your comment, Councillor, is that the year-over-year change is decreasing. So that's a result of the impact or the recovery from the pandemic. So we talked about in 2023, some of the recreation programs, the revenues are not coming in. So we're seeing a lot of that impact in 2023. I talked about a gradual recovery, so 50% in 2024 and the remaining 50% in 2025. So over the next little while, what we're anticipating is that we'll see the recovery so that the revenue loss will be reduced. So that's why the net impact that you're seeing for the base budget, it's actually favorable because now we're not having to absorb or continue operating with those pressures. And then to your point, why the tax rate increase is increasing. Again, it's all the different components that play into it. But at the bottom, what we see, the tax rate increases overall, it's those two programs that we continue to phase in over the next little while for the Public Works Enhancement Program, as well as the firefighters that were approved in 2022.
Thank you so much. And now I do have some suggestions here or recommendations. Look at our budget. Make a balanced budget. The first type is if you get more revenue, it's good. And next one, you reduce the cost, right? Look at the industrial for now, either for financials or for ITs or for industrials. A lot of companies are not getting recovered from COVID-19 yet. So I heard a lot of news from 2023, 2022, actually, a lot of big companies starting lay off the employee here. we are a city, there's very challenging to cut off jobs for permanent job. Here's my first recommendation here. Because compared to our peer industrials, they are all reducing numbers. And here, for public working enhancement, we have $500,000 here. For others, for example, including the new growth around 15 full-time employee, we have around $410,000 budget here. Including those two parts, we have around $1 million for spending, just hiring the new resources. For fire services, because it's core services, it's really helping people. I don't have a question for the fires, but just consider the $410,000 plus window services is around $1 million. So for all my council members and colleagues, we consider that we do have $1 million there. Possibly, I don't know. I leave this question on the floor. That can save around $1 million if must spend. For core services like fire services, it's must spend, we spend. But for other services, please consider if it's must or it should or it have to. I'll leave this one for the floor. This is my first one. Second one, regarding to our area revenue, we talk about spending. Now another one is revenue. This one is not listed here. We do have saving fundings around $300 million in our pocket. I know we discussed this before. So for this year, we only raise up around $170,000 from our funding. I don't want to touch our fundings, but that possible, we can borrow some money from our saving funding, put into our few years. This is revenue perspective. I also put this one on the floor. Please consider that option. So we're spending, well, no, we're saving the spending. We get more revenue. This is my second point. Third one is regarding to our cities. We have 67% of money spending on the personnel. It's very challenging to make a change in next few years. But this might be a good way to teach all the work staffs, residents, also council members. So the money we spend on there is a little bit more. My last one will be our future as well. Look at our tax percentage, 88% coming from residential. I think in the next 4 or 10 years, maybe we need from overall, we need to change our revenue ratios. We need to encourage our commercial industrial, put more revenues there instead from residential. That's a long term. I'll just make a summary here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tree. We've got Regional Local Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a taxpayer too. So I just want to have the comfort knowing, not so much as a councillor, but as a residents who will be faithfully paying my fair share of taxes to region, to the city. Could I get a sense through you, Mr. Chair, from our staff, because we have other presentation later on today and also next Tuesday. So we have 3.84% of the city portion, which is 26% of my tax bill, is going to be approved sometime this month. Is the takeaway is that means there's no change in any service whatsoever that I will be receiving as a resident from the city this year. Or even better, if there are enhancement, please let me know. Through you, Mr. Chair.
City Manager.
Through you, Mr. Chair. This 2023 budget has no new initiatives within the budget. The budget that you're being presented is in order for us to address the service levels that we currently have.
Thank you, City Manager. So the takeaway is that, dear resident, taxpayer, just like everything else as shown in slide 10, with all these price increases to pay more for bananas, buying soil, or whatever, extra 3.84% 84% this year for my city bill, meaning that I would be getting the same level of services, no more, no less. I think that's a takeaway. Okay, that's number one. Thank you. Number two is that a lot of us have comment on about, wow, 67% is kind of untouchables in the budget. So really, we can only maneuver around the 33%, roughly around that. But even within 67%, help me understand again through Mr. Chair, in the past, that there might be opportunities for doing some, not savings, but deferral of expenses. Like the term I always hear is gapping, meaning that we might have to hire, let's say, 15 positions, even though most are actually going to be fully funded, have no impact on this year's annual budget. Is that something could be contemplated in terms of looking at the potential gapping in the salary or hiring that might help? I don't know, even if you dip to 3.75%, whatever, is that those opportunity would potentially arise? If you don't have an instant answer, maybe we have a week or even a few more weeks to look at between now and final approval council. Through Mr. Chair.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Chen, the gapping is contemplated in the corporate accounts budget. And we'll provide more details next week when I present that budget. Short answer is as we went through the 2023 draft operating budget exercise, we did look at all available options, savings, efficiencies, revenues, and gapping was one of them as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, some of the factors that beyond our control. I mean, I'm no economist, but looking at a big picture that I seem to read from the news, there seems to be a competition for talents. Just because we want to hire doesn't mean that we necessarily want to have the person to be hired and start in July would be here by then. So that's why I can see opportunities beyond our control that might help to actually help us to have those gaps. So now turning to the other seems to be a major expense item, so to speak, on page 7 of the staff report, 13% on contracts and services, roughly in dollars terms, $26.3 million. I do know some contracts may not be able to adjust or renegotiate it every single year, but I wonder to what extent, if there are contracts for tendering purposes, whatever, I mean, there's something that must happen because of legislative requirement and so on, then we couldn't stop it. But perhaps, I don't need an answer right away, but perhaps a comment is look at those, when in fact some maybe we can do it maybe towards the end of this year so that the impact may pass on or share over next year. And the last perhaps is also a comment, I believe brought for a number of my colleagues. The city, actually, we have now an investment attraction strategy with the opportunities to generate new revenues through maybe partnership, branding, what's the term, naming. So I hope that by focusing on that, and people who know me know I'm really gung-ho at economic development, so there'll be opportunities, hopefully in the long run, we can tip the balance a little bit from maybe inching from 12% to 15% of the share of future years revenue or operating budget coming from the ICI, meaning industrial commercial area. So thank you, Mayor, for me to ask the question. And one takeaway, no less services this year. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got Councillor Davidson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. So when we've brought up the windrow now, I'm assuming, excuse me, that when council requests or there's a decision to make a big ticket program like windrows. So now we're hiring people and we bought equipment and we need to maintain that equipment and we need to gas up that equipment. The comment about other municipalities contracting out begs the question why Richmond Hill doesn't do that. So when we've decided to go with the windrow, was there a thorough forgive me, I wasn't here then as counselor, but was there a thorough investigation of the most effective way and the cheapest way to do it? And the decision was made that not contracting it out, but buying the equipment, hiring people full-time for a winter program was the way to go?
Through the chair to Councillor Davids, I'm going to defer that to Commissioner Steele.
Through you, Mr. Chair. In 2019, there was a staff report that went to council, which outlined 4 different options for how the windrow program could be delivered. And council did consider that at length, and we can circulate the staff report if you'd like to see.
Thank you. Was hiring the most inexpensive option?
Through you, Mr. Chair. There wasn't a contracted out option. I don't think it was necessary. There were many factors considered, not just cost. That's why we call the windrow program the Public Works Enhancement Program, because doing the work in-house enabled incorporating other services into the program. So it wasn't just windrows, and that was one of the advantages of that option.
Thank you. And one other question, since this is my first go around as a counselor, is there a continual assessment of the value of a program in terms of how much bang the residents get out of it? And, are there better ways to do things? Is there a constant assessment of the jobs we're doing, or does a review depend on council putting forth a motion to look at a particular program? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
City Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have adopted the continuous improvement model. We have a strategic and transformation section that is continually looking at lean projects and service catalogs and more efficient ways of doing things. All of our departments go through core services reviews. So it's absolutely top of mind for us to do that continuous improvement review before we put a budget in front of council. So it's something that we do as administration as a course of action. It doesn't really require council direction for us to do it. We are doing it unless something you're looking for specifically.
No, thank you. I'm just, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just questioning if we are always looking for better ways to do things, and I guess we are. And my last question is just hypothetically, through you, Mr. Mayor, if council was to decide, and perhaps this is a simplistic question, but to put a hiring freeze on 2023 in Richmond Hill until we know what the effects of Bill 23 are going to be, would that in any way endanger anything, or how much of a problem? Hiring freeze, I have to say, aside from, I have to keep the firefighters out of it because they're not part of that 15, but how much of a damage, if any, would be put upon the city if we were to do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there would definitely be an impact in terms of how we deliver the level of service going forward. We've had staff hiring freezes in place now for 2 previous years prior. So what we're presenting today is 3 years worth of catch up to try to get our head above the water. Right now, we're kind of right at water's edge, about to go under. So there will be an impact. And if that's the direction that council may have, we'd have to come back and let you know what the impact to our service levels will be.
Thank you. That's all.
That's actually a good question. Okay, is there anybody else here? Okay, so thank you, Ms. Lee. We will move on here. The next, I believe the next presentation is by Darlene Joslin, City Manager, on the 2023 draft Office of the Mayor operating budget.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's a pleasure for me to be in front of you today to present the city manager's, the Office of the City Manager budget. And I believe you have the package in front of you, and we'll walk you through that. So next slide, please. In terms of the city manager's office, the city manager provides oversight for the three major departments that you have here in planning and infrastructure services, community services, and corporate and financial services. In addition to that, my office has direct reports and direct functions in divisions, which includes our legal services division under Antonio DeMilta, our economic development Richmond Hill Center under the direction of Anthony Iarulo, and our strategic and transformation services under our director, Anthony Iannucci. So the city managers itself, I review and approve all recommendations of council. I ensure that the policy and direction of council is being implemented at the staffing level. My office liaises at the provincial, federal, and regional levels of government. So a lot of governance and strategy. We look at strategic direction, visioning for the municipality, et cetera. So it's there on the slides ahead of you. In terms of the 2020, next slide, please. I talk fast, so most of you are used to me. In terms of the 2022 accomplishments, as city manager, I'm very proud of all the accomplishments you're going to hear about in the next two budget committee meetings. It's quite astounding, and it's only a snippet of what we've actually had on our work plans. These are the kind of major ones we wanted to highlight for council. Under strategy and transformation, we launched a new customer service center at the city on our ground floor level, which is working out very well for both staff and for the residents at large. And we awarded $1.6 million in grant funding to support a range of activities and initiatives that we undertake at the city. So we have a centralized grant division that seeks out and negotiates and fills in those applications, and a very high percentage of success in us getting money to assist us with projects and initiatives. And certainly the David Dunlop Observatory was one of our gems in 2022. And with that grant funding, we're able to do, as those of you who participated yesterday were able to see. Under economic development and the Richmond Hill Center, we led the Richmond Hill Center program and provided the technical input on the Yonge North Subway extension, and you all participated in the education session on that project, so you know how in-depth and sensitive that is. And we assisted city staff with respect to the new community benefits changes and the parkland dedication bylaws. Under our legal services division, through Mr. DeMilta, who's at all of our council meetings, he's assisted city staff with respect to the new community benefits charges and the parkland dedication bylaw, and developed a step-by-step procedure manual for the certificate of insurance for administrative purposes. Next slide, please. In the city manager's budget area, some of the pressures and the challenges and considerations that we've undertaken before presenting you this budget today are full-time personnel costs. It represents 67%, and that's related to the cost of living, the COLA upgrades, the step rate increases for staff. When we have a vacancy in our area, we fill them temporarily with part-time staff or contract staff. So we're backfilling those positions to continue without service level disruption. And some various department expenditures that are fully funded from reserves and reserve funds include those lean projects that we talk about. We've made it our mission to have all city staff trained in white belt lean. So again, in addressing Councillor Davidson's comment earlier, the full administration is always thinking about continuous improvement and efficiencies as we go through our day-to-day activities. The Richmond Hill Center Development Review Team and Program costs, the property acquisition and disposal costs, and our insurance claims are under those reserves. Next slide, please. This is an overview of a summary of the city manager office budget, which is coming in when you factor in expenditures and revenue. It's coming in at a 5% increase overall corporately. And the next slides will talk about the factors that led us to that. So by division, you can, next slide. Oh, you're good. By division, you can see where our variances are. Again, Office of the City Manager is COLA and step rate increases. In strategy and transformation, as you'll see on a slide to come, we have anticipated a staff resource for the DEI strategy that's coming in front of council. You've got an education workshop coming up in February. In economic development and the Richmond Hill Center, we look after the small business center there as well. So there's some impact there. And under legal services, it's the majority of those increases are due to risk and insurance. Next slide, please. The departmental budget highlights, again, we've captured it here for you so you can see what the full-time personnel costs are associated with those COLA and step rate and benefits for those staff. What the DEI contracted staff person will be, that's not a full-time position, it's a contract only to assist us in implementing the strategy. The casual wages is under our strategy and transformation division, and that's hiring an intern to assist us with the strategic plan for the corporation. So that's a staff person to assist us with logistics of blue sky community engagement. And $6,000 in some miscellaneous expenditures we need in terms of program supplies and incidentals. Next slide, please. Under the efficiencies and savings that we were able to have a look at in our budget, and the city manager's budget is the smallest budget in the corporation, but we were still able to have a look at increasing our revenue budget based on the volume of subdivision agreements, and based on some historical trending information, we were able to sharpen our pencils a little bit in terms of mileage and office supply savings for staff. Next slide, please. In 2023, the priorities of this division under strategy and transformation, as I mentioned earlier, this team is meeting with each division in the corporation and developing a service catalog of what we have and what we work on. This is the team that will lead the strategic plan for the corporation and the team that is leading the DEI strategy that will come in front of council. Under economic development and the Richmond Hill Center, this is where your investment attraction strategy will go and be implemented. It supports the delivery of the Young North Subway extension. So we still have information that will be coming and agreements that will be coming in front of council in 2023. They will complete the Richmond Hill Center secondary plan and advance the land review as we were directed by council to do for the Performing Arts Center lands and the Civic Center lands at Yonge and Major Mackenzie. So the bookends. So that will be undertaken. And in terms of legal, again, this division will continue to provide those legal opinions as required to all city departments and council, and development applications and agreements, bylaw reviews, that sort of thing. And they'll continue working with York Region Municipal Insurance Funding Pooling Task Force. So that concludes the city manager's office budget. And I'm here for any questions that you may have specifically.
Okay, is there any questions of CAO Jocelyn? Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. So the next presenter is Trace. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
My turn. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam City Manager. Thank you very much. I always like to hear those words: strategy, transformation, strategic. It's exciting words. Help me understand that I look at one of the slices of all the lines, the strategy and transformation probably stands out to me with the most increase, relatively modest, but nonetheless over 100 grand, 130,000, something like that. So to what extent, in previous discussion or deliberation, we talk about potentially digitization, moving towards that digital services to the extent possible. I don't seem to see any particular things that on digital transformation, if that's the right term. Can you help me to see whether this is something in the works in 2023, or maybe I'm too much thinking ahead, it might come in 2024. Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Digital transformation is part of our daily activity and didn't lead to any increases or anything in our budget. So that team continues to work on that. We went through a lot of digital transformation during the COVID years, and I know that Mr. Iannucci has had some conversations with members of council about that. So that work will continue, but there's no impact to the budget for that. That will be done within our existing staff resources.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, then just to confirm through Mr. Chair, so the 2023 quote unquote the major initiative under this strategy and transformation would be the DEI. I know it's DEI is diversity, equity, inclusion, that strategy. Would the age-friendly community strategy also fall under your shop? Is that under community services?
Through you, Mr. Chair, age-friendly communities is through community services. Strategy is now looking at your land acknowledgement, your strategic plan, your DEI strategy, and then internally they are the ones that drive the core services reviews, lean belt projects, and continuous improvement.
Thank you. Thank you. Your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, anybody? Okay, Councillor Davidson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me, how do we budget for legal expenses? I assume year to year, you can't even anticipate in some ways what lawyers will cost for the city or what legal issues come up. How do we budget for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will defer to Mr. DeMilta, but generally our baseline is based on historical data. You can never anticipate year to year. Some years we far exceed that budget, and some years we might not, but I'll defer to Mr. DeMilta for comment.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, that's an accurate statement. We do have a baseline budget, but there are certain circumstances where the city finds itself having to defend its position, where we really don't have a choice in terms of the city never chose to initiate proceedings, but we have to respond to those proceedings. So if we have a year that has more litigation than anticipated, then the account will go over budget, and then we'll have to find money within my account generally to try to make up those funds. And if there's a persistent pattern over a series of years, then I would have to apply for an increase in that budget given historical patterns.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Okay, thanks very much. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. Just one question. And we all know that we are facing the problem of labor shortage in our city office. But at the same time, do you think we still have room to improve the efficiency of our staff for the existing staff level instead of hiring new staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can honestly tell you that staff are working 100% of the time and putting in tremendous amounts of hours, more than 5 days a week in their workloads now. And to be honest with you, we are sinking at this point, trying to keep up to the service level and the demands both internally and externally. And we have a lot of new legislation being thrown at us and turning us upside down on our ears, such as Bill 23 and Bill 109. And we need to be able to address that from a resource perspective. So I would say staff are running through that treadmill right now. And there's very little capacity for them to continue at that pace.
Okay, that's that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going once, twice, 3 times. Don't fool me this time. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So the next person is Tracy Steele, Commissioner, Community Services on the Community Services Draft Operating Plan. Commissioner Steele.
Good afternoon, members of council. And I'm going to present to you a high-level budget overview of the Community Services Department operating budget for 2023. Next slide. So the Community Services Department is comprised of 4 divisions: Recreation and Culture, Fire and Emergency Services, Public Works Operations, and Community Standards. Together, the 4 divisions of Community Services provide a lot of the frontline services directly to the residents in our community, ranging from providing learn to skate programs and emergency response to motor vehicle accidents, to changing the light bulbs in traffic lights and responding to noise complaints. The department as a whole is predominantly operational, and as a result, our operating budget accounts for 50% of the city's total operating expenditures and approximately 40% of the city's total non-taxation revenue. The Community Services Department is dedicated to continuous improvement, and we strive to provide services in an efficient, consistent, and caring manner. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides list a number of accomplishments of the Community Services Department last year. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but I would like to highlight a few of the most significant accomplishments of each division. For Recreation and Culture, a large focus in 2022 was recovery from the COVID pandemic. We returned to in-person festivals and events and adjusted recreation programs to account for staff shortages. Meanwhile, the Recreation and Culture Division also presented council with new recreation and culture plans, which were approved in December. The Public Works Operations Division presented the first annual winter maintenance report to council in 2022 and also affected council's direction to implement a corporate policy for the reduction of single-use plastics, which is why you all have water glasses and pitchers in front of you right now instead of plastic water bottles. The Fire Services Division completed the hiring and training for 28 new firefighters, including those 16 who were new hires altogether, and brought a new response vehicle into operation to keep our community safer. While Community Standards continued on its agenda to review and update all of the city's community standards bylaws and presented council with a new parks use bylaw in 2022. The parks use bylaw was previously from 1983, so that was a big update, and that was approved in July, and also expanded the administrative monetary penalty system to include site alteration and park offenses. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the 5 main challenges that the Community Services Department operating budget needs to address in 2023. You've already heard about inflation, fuel prices, and supply chain issues. They're having significant impacts in community services, particularly in public works operations. Staff shortages are affecting our revenue generation, particularly in aquatics, but also in other areas. The legislated minimum wage increase and new requirement to offer benefits to part-time staff have significant impacts for community services, given that we have over 1,000 part-time staff in recreation and culture alone. Past budget decisions associated with the Windrow program and the hiring of 16 new firefighters result in a $1 million impact this year based on the approved multi-year tax rate phase-in schedules for these 2 items. Finally, full-time staff costs resulting from cost of living adjustments that are secured in collective and working agreements, step rate increases, firefighter sick leave payouts, and benefit rates adjustments are also another impact to our budget. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the draft Community Services Department budget based on expenditure and revenue type. As you will note, we are estimating approximately $100 million in expenditures, $29 million in revenues for 2023 for a net operating budget of $71 million. This is a net $7.2 million or 11.3% increase to the departmental budget over 2022. And this increase is largely a result of the 5 main challenges that I outlined on the previous slide. Next slide, please. This is the same net operating budget numbers, but this time broken down by division instead of revenue and expenditure type. And all of the specifics of each division are outlined in your budget books. Next slide, please. This slide provides further details with respect to the specific budget line items generating significant impacts to the Community Services Department. I'm going to run through all of them quickly as this is really the heart of our budget. So first of all, changes to full-time base personnel costs, and those are cost of living, step rate increases, firefighter overtime, resulting from the legislated certification requirements amount to almost $2 million in community services. We have 4 new staff requests, 2 contract conversions that have minimal 2023 budget impact. One is for a customer service representative who mans the front desk at the operations center, and the other is for a roads technician. And then we have 2 new staff requests. One is for a policy researcher in community standards, and that is so we can speed up the review and update of our community standards bylaws. Right now, we only have 1 manager and essentially 1 staff working on bylaw reviews. So this particular position has sort of domino effects because the better our bylaws are, the more easy they are to enforce and the more effective and efficient we can be in enforcing them. So the sooner we can get those old bylaws updated, the better we'll be able to realize efficiencies in other areas. And that's why we're asking for this position. The second position we're asking for is an arborist position in the urban forestry, natural heritage, and horticulture section of Public Works operations. And we're requesting this arborist to respond to growth in the city's tree assets. Obviously, with the construction of new subdivisions, including North Leslie, West Gormley coming online, there's more trees, and we haven't hired an arborist in several years. Moving on to the next item, we're estimating $2.3 million in increases in contracts and services, which includes things such as higher contract costs resulting from increased fuel prices. And another example is the increased cost for specialized fleet equipment repair. We're estimating a decrease of approximately $700,000 in aquatics program revenue due to the nationwide and local shortage of lifeguards. We have a $1 million impact from the tax rate phase-in of the Public Works Enhancement Program and the 16 new firefighters. That one's come up several times. And similar to our increases in contracts and services, we are also experiencing increasing costs of materials and supplies due to inflationary pressures and supply chain issues. This includes, for example, the city's own fuel costs. Obviously, they're more than they have been in the past, as well as the cost of providing residents free recycling container replacements. That's also an example of what's captured here. We are experiencing a relatively slow return to fitness memberships, in particular after COVID, which is affecting recreation and culture revenues. A $250,000 budget impact is predicted in 2023 for the payout of unused sick leave credits to firefighters who are retiring. So this payout is something that's in their collective agreement. After a firefighter has worked with the city for 10 years, they're entitled to the sick leave payout on retirement or resignation. Previously, the payout came from a reserve, but the reserve was actually depleted last year. So now we're seeing it as a tax rate impact. There's also, I think we're on the next slide. Thank you. There's also a new legislated requirement to offer benefits to casual staff, and it's estimated that the city will experience an impact of around $110,000 for casual staff in our department. The other line item here is predominantly a result of what might be the one service level increase that is in this budget, and that was the council direction to include the community and cultural services, community and cultural grant program. So you're seeing 35,000 here, but that's balanced by other savings that we've realized in that grouping. Next slide, please. Savings and efficiencies realized by the Community Services Department, which will result in 2023 operating budget savings and are captured and summarized in this slide. The first bullet is a reference to using the staff that we have efficiently in situations where we have staff shortages. The aquatics section in particular has done extensive work assessing and revising staff allocations to maximize programs and services. We've also realized some contract and service efficiencies. For example, the province's elimination of vehicle licensing fees has resulted in significant savings for the city. In addition to maximizing staff allocation, we've also worked to make our facility operations as efficient as possible. And we have worked to optimize recreation program participation through creative organization of our programming. Finally, we expect an increase in fine and fee revenue as we continue to incorporate new offenses into the administrative monetary penalty system. Next slide, please. To close out this summary of our budget, I'd like to highlight some of the priorities for community services in 2023. Again, I'm not going to go through the entire list, but instead highlight some of the priorities I think are important to the operating budget moving forward. Recreation and culture will continue to work to recover programs back to pre-pandemic levels, and will also be reviewing the city's festivals and events strategy this year. Public Works operations will be focusing on continuous improvement of operating processes, and in particular, making better use of data to track, monitor, and improve service provision. Fire and Emergency Services is currently reviewing our establishing and regulating bylaw, and will also be reviewing and updating the city's emergency plan. And finally, Community Standards will be continuing on the journey of updating the city's community standards bylaws, concentrating this year on property standards and signs, while further expanding the AMPS program. So that completes my presentation. I have here with me today the Fire Chief, Brian Burbidge, the Directors of Public Works Operations and Recreation and Culture, Jeff Stewart and Donald Hearn, as well as the Recreation and Culture Business Analyst, Alex Chu, and Dan DeRusso, who's the Manager of Cultural Services, but also manages the theater budget, in case you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davidson, you're up first.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Can you tell me the cost of the windrow annually, and does the 500,000 that is now part of the taxes, does that cover it? Excuse me. And if not, where does the rest of the money come from? I know it's all part of neighborhood enhancement, but can we take out the windrow and figure out how much it costs and how much in taxes, and then where the rest of the money is coming out?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we certainly can do that. And we have a lot of numbers in that regard. So it's around, I'll just give estimated numbers if it's okay. The full program is in the range of $6 million per year. So much of that is already absorbed into the operating budget. So when the community enhancement program was envisioned, there were a number of staff that were casual staff working in parks operations who were absorbed into the windrow program. So we started with some funds that were already incorporated into the operating budget. There is also a draw from, I think it's tax rate stabilization. No, to the community enhancement and reserve that balances the amount. So this $500,000, what you're seeing is each year we reduce the amount that's being drawn from the community enhancement reserve as we incorporate it into the operating budget. Is that enough detail for you for now?
Thank you. So the majority of it is still through you, Mr. Mayor. The majority of it is being funded through reserve funds, not direct taxation or a reserve fund.
Through you, Mr. Chair. At this point, I think if you want to say the majority is actually in the tax rate at this point.
It is. Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor,
we just wanted to add that there's also a capital investment that goes along with the program as well.
For the machines and upkeep and maintenance.
Correct.
So not being an accountant, is it a very simplistic thing to say that if we revisited the windrow and we assessed perhaps offering it as it was before, which was to people in need, elderly people who couldn't do it themselves, we could start chipping away at that 6 million? Or has the staff and other assets that have been acquired for that program now been allocated that it would be a much bigger deal than just the bottom of one's driveway. Do you know what I'm getting at? Does revisiting this program start chipping away at the $6 million, or are the assets and things allocated for other things? Or is this the wrong place to ask that question? Oh, you're coming after me.
Thank you. No, through Mr. Mayor, I'm not coming after you per se. I would just generally say these kind of discussions have significant labor relations matters associated with them, which are normally done in closed session. The challenge being, of course, the procedure bylaw says that we shall not have closed session for good reasons, mostly at Budget Committee of the whole meetings. And that would require a waiver of the procedure bylaw on 2/3 vote. I would certainly caution, because we're dealing with labor relations discussions, potentials, that those do take place in closed session. I'm the first guy to say, let's not go into closed session if we don't have to, but that's one of the ones that I would do. So I would just cautionary tale on further discussions about potential labor or any other impacts that come from that. So.
If I may, I would suggest if you have questions about that there's no reason why you couldn't do some talking to staff in between now and the next term or the next meeting on the 14th and beyond to the council meeting where we ultimately would pass some form of this budget. So
I appreciate it. And thank you. I have to admit, part of the constraint of this role that I did not realize is that we never meet without this setting. So just discussing and kicking around these ideas, it feels like such a great opportunity because we can't get together without a council meeting as a group. So I apologize if I overstep or I don't. There's a learning curve like this to being a council person. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shu. And then Councillor Tree.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. And according to the slide number 6, I found that there's an increasing cost of full-time personnel, row 1 and row 2. There's an increasing budget from $58 million last year to this year, $62 million, which is a 3.4% increasing. But at the same time, there's a decreasing. We get less casual personnel this year. Do you think that we can hire more casual staff instead of full-time staff to save more costs?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there are two totally different groups of staff, actually. The reduction in casual staff is predominantly a result of the fact that we just can't find anyone to hire. They're mostly lifeguards and other casual staff in recreation and culture, whereas the increases to the full-time staff are the regular full-time staff that we have across the 4 divisions. And these are the cost of living adjustments and the step rate increases, benefits changes for all of those staff.
Okay, I see. My another question is about the snow removal. Do you know what is the expiring year of the existing contract? Is it possible to have an early review for the existing contract? Because we've got some complaints about the snow removal services this year. Is it possible to have an early review?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So are you talking about the windrow program or just snow plowing?
The hiring the private contractor with contract with the outsider.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. So the windrow program is done entirely in-house. There's no contractor. So but part of our road plowing is done by contractors. Sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
What's the expiring year of this existing contract? Is it possible to have an early review with the private contractor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have another 4 years in that contract.
4 years. Okay. So that's all about. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Tree.
Much, Mr. Chair. Through Mr. Chair to our commissioners. I think I have a similar question at snow removal services. Both councillors already asked. No, I'll bypass that question. I do have another question. We do have around a $2 billion budget regarding the contract, fuel, vehicle, winter, forestry, and sports, etc. So as some as 10% inflation and fuel, etc. Do you have more details about this part? So $2 million increasement is a lot because of the inflation, because of the gasoline express. We bump up at $2 million cost. It's huge. It's occupy around maybe 30% or your $7 million budget. That's vehicle maintenance and fuel and winter joy, etc. Right? That's huge. So do you have more information for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, if you go to page 27 in your budget booklet for the Community Services Department, for example, you will see the breakdown of you'll see some examples or a further explanation of what contract and service increases we have. So I can read it out to you, actually. Contracts include 10% inflationary increases and fuel surcharges on refuse and recycling. So that's our waste contract is about a $500,000 increase alone. Vehicle maintenance and equipment rentals, we have another increase there of 644,000. Winter maintenance, 400,000. Forestry tree planting, 368,000, and sports field and playground contracts, 348,000. So the breakdown is there.
Yeah, I don't have more detail. I'm just trying to see how those numbers bump up because of gasoline is more expensive because labor need more charges because of by law, or what's the purpose? If you count, right? So it's gasoline bump up around 30% or 40%. I got it. And maintenance, it costs around $500,000 for our vehicles. I'm not asking here. I just need help to explain those questions, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it's not just gasoline. It is a number of things. So in inflationary increases, supply chain issues, the contractors are having to pay more money for their supplies and materials. So when we have to renew a contract, the prices go up. There's also inflationary elements built into all of these contracts that are just standard inflationary increases. So there's a difference between contracts that when we have to renew them and go out to bid and they go up significantly, when we in contracts that are just generally going up to keep pace with the construction price index.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll throw another two questions. The first one is compare with 2 years or 1 year ago. For those portions, have we have a similar increase as well? I didn't see the 2021 or 2022 budget yet. I'm just curious to see, compare with the last year, do we have this $2 million increase as well from last year? Or just for this year, inside $2 million pop up?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there were increases to contracts in the last years because we had a net zero corporate increase. We were able to balance those by finding efficiencies in other places. So some of these things would have still increased last year, even though there was a net zero overall tax increase.
Got it. Okay, another question is, I saw we have around 4 headcount being increased from community department. So it's part of our 15 new resources in Appendix G Appendix B, sorry.
Yes, so if we could, they are listed on slide number 8. Through you, Mr. Chair, slide number 8. There are 4 new staff requests in the Community Services Department. 2 of them are contract conversions and 2 of them are full new staff.
So it's coming from the Appendix B. If you have the master plan, yeah, this is 1 or 4 out of 15 new areas. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, through the mayor. I do appreciate all the presentations today. I definitely appreciate everybody taking the time to explain a number of items here, and I definitely appreciate the questions of my colleagues. to actually just expand on something Councillor Tree was just on, and that is with the staffing. I'm looking at, in particular, when we brought in the 16 new firefighters. You had also mentioned in your presentation that we've also, through retirements, we've also had to do some payouts for sick leave, and kind of brings to mind where people start thinking, okay, are the 16 replacing, staff that are retired? And I don't believe that's the case. And so perhaps we could just clarify for everybody that might be watching that, our complement of firefighters, we would have actually replaced those that were retiring. So we don't see them in as a subject line here. And the 16 that we are phasing in now were based on the need from the master plan. Is that a safe assumption to say?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's exactly right. I think I did mention in my presentation 28 firefighters that we recruited in 2022. So that 28 minus 16 would be the balance of retirement replacements. The 16 were new firefighters in 2022.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. And then the depletion of the reserve fund that we've been using in previous years to pay out the sick leave payouts. I'm noticing there's a 250,000 net. Just expand on exactly how that works. I'm a little unclear.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I understand the question. So the reserve was a reserve that was created back in the 90s. 1994, the fire chief tells me, and money was put into it at the time, I believe, from the hydro sales. We believe, and after that, there was no money. There was no additional money put into it, so it was a set amount. And as firefighters have retired or resigned, that's been drawn down, and it was never replenished in any way. So now we need to pay that out a different way.
Right. So the sick leave payouts, this is something that is part of the collective agreements, I would surmise. So I'm I don't want to make our clerk itchy here. But I guess this is unique to the firefighters. I would imagine that our own staff do not have carryover sick leaves. They probably all work with long-term insurance. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, and so there's never been any discussions to for any changes, or it's never been proposed, or perhaps it has been proposed, but maybe that's something that goes into contractual agreements. So I'm not sure I want to ask that question. Okay. Okay. I appreciate the information. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Silovitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to avert the trapdoor. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, to the Commissioner is just very simple. Has any thought been given to us running a program to train lifeguards? So I know there's this, major shortage that's nationwide, and it resulted in, unfortunately, the closing of Lois Hansie for a year. So it's just a thought if we trained, if there's a program out there that we can train lifeguards, we give those trainees some kind of incentives that they will be hired back or something like that. It's just off the top of my head. Is that not a possibility in us trying to correct this this huge I don't know what the word is, whatever I'm looking for, this huge difference that we have right now, that we used to have all these aquatics programs and now we can't have them. When we have to train the lifeguards, and all the training of lifeguards went, down the hill with COVID and the pandemic and all the closures. Just a thought to you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do train lifeguards and I'm not sure if do you want to add anything about the training that we do? We do, part of our regular recreation program is training lifeguards. It's the difficulty even recruiting people to be involved in that training. And we have considered different ideas. I know there's some municipalities that are offering incentives like you have talked about, and we are looking into those. And actively seeing if there's anything that we can do to encourage more people to get.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. I thought somewhere in the community services, we do train them, but I just thought there's something extra we could do here in order to try and correct the shortfall that's really impacting us.
Yeah.
And if it's not only have the incentives, but as sort of a payback, so to speak, have you ever considered going to the high schools to try and get some of those high school students to come forward, because those are the people we're looking for?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer that to the Director of Recreation and Culture.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have investigated a number of different options. The bigger issue is that there was two and a half, almost 3-year gap. And a lot of those individuals who do become lifeguards, swim instructors, have now moved on and gone to university. And so we've lost that kind of window to train those individuals. So we are working on rebuilding the aquatic personnel from the high school students and from that age group.
Oh, so that's great. So through you, Mr. Chair, we do sort of work with a recruiting program with the school boards,
Yes.
so to speak. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, just a couple of questions. Something dawned on me as we were listening to the presentation. Are we going to, or are we now experiencing any savings with the changes in producer responsibilities for waste collection? Is that something that, because we're going to be doing that in 2025, I believe, right? Is that anticipated to be an actual savings or not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't actually know the details of that yet, but you're right. In 2025, we will probably start to know a little bit better about how that's going to work.
Okay, because it's always been, this has been a slow train coming, but it's always been my understanding that, once that happens, there will be either revenue for us that we don't have right now from the producer group, the producer of the waste, or it'll be contracted out and we won't have to do it. But is that still kind of the general principle behind all of this, or we just don't know?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So right now we already do get a considerable amount of
Yeah.
funding from the producers.
Right.
So whether the new program changes that and how that changes that, we don't know yet, whether it will be greater or how it will impact us.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to point out and stress one other thing too. We've been talking a lot about staffing, and and it's a good conversation, but it's interesting because in this department and others too, but in this department, especially with regard to the recreation department, the staff that we have in that recreation department in a lot of cases is revenue generating. That's the whole issue that we're having with the aquatic staff, is that if we don't have the staff, then we can't generate revenue. And it's not, it might not be an exact wash, but revenue generation is the other part of this equation, right? Like any business, we can't run our programs if we don't have the staff. So, that's also an important thing for I think all of us to keep in mind, is that, in that part of our operation, we do generate, and it's not to say we don't generate revenue in other sections too, but that in recreation, that's certainly a major impact. Like during COVID, the revenue drop that we experienced because of being shut down was, really illustrative of the point. Okay, so if that's it for this round, our last presenter is Darren Solomon, for the Chief Executive Officer from the Richmond Hill Public Library. Welcome, Mr. Solomon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. So through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks to everyone for having me here today to talk about the Richmond Hill Public Library's 2023 operating budget. Although the library is actually operated by a separate library board, when it comes to the budget, we work extremely collaboratively with the city's finance team and the city's office, and we're very happy to be here today. And we thank them for their support in the process. Next slide, please. So we do have some new members on council who maybe aren't as familiar with the library. So I just wanted to back up a little bit and give you a little bit of background on the library. We launched a new strategic plan at the end of 2021, and it was grounded in 3 key human truths that are common to us all. First is that community is increasingly interconnected and global. And so community is no longer restricted to the geographic boundaries of Richmond Hill. We all have personal communities and networks, professional communities and communities of interest that live across the province, the country, the world, and they're digital and they're physical. The second human truth is that the only constant in all of our lives is change. And change never stops for any of us, from personal change, whether that's life changes or identities or careers, through to societal and cultural changes that happen around us every day, to the speed of advancements in technology. And the third is that our ability to adapt to change is a necessary skill to improve our lives. So there's a lot of research, including quality of life indexes that are done by different countries, that shows that in a world that is so interconnected and so fast moving, people who learn how to be resilient can improve their well-being. And that's really where the library comes in. Next slide, please. Our role in the community is to improve people's lives by helping them learn to confidently adapt to the changes around them. We're a critical social service in the community, and residents rely on the essential support that we deliver every day in a number of key areas that help improve the quality of their lives. Examples include basic literacy skills across areas like reading and finance and technology and cooking. We support digital equity, foster social inclusion and community connections. We support newcomers and career success, and so much more. There's a line in there that's really relevant, which is no other institution or enterprise, public or private, offers such a broad, trusted, and personalized collection of ideas, content, and experiences that can help people adapt and thrive in a world of change. And it's all available to everyone with no strings attached. Next slide, please. The library has 3 strategic priorities: public-facing customer priorities. We have enabler priorities that happen behind the scenes that help set up the library for success, and gluing them together as a bridge and fuel for them both is insights and innovation. We've done a tremendous amount of work over the last 18 months on our path to modernize the organization and become future-oriented and more focused on our residents and our users. Much of our success has come in rebuilding the foundation and environment of how we work so that we can in turn then better deliver new and sustainable value to the community. For example, we turned around our workplace culture with double-digit improvements to our culture scores. Part of that turnaround included launching what's called Team Creativity Day for our employees, which was nominated for a Public Library Award in Excellence by the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sport. We also made significant strides in improving service to the community. Some examples include our joining of a North American-wide movement in removing financial and social barriers to accessing the library by eliminating late fees for late book returns. We expanded our digital multilingual collection to better reflect community needs. We offered extended study hours for students in exam season, and we enhanced spaces in our branches. We also founded the York-Durham Collaborative Programming Partnership. Yes, it's a mouthful to say, which is an innovative change to our business model that pools resources with other libraries to deliver bigger and better programs to the community. And this program was also nominated by a provincial ministry award, this one for innovation. Next slide, please. Part of our planning includes reassessing our strengths and weaknesses, as well as the external opportunities and risks that we can take advantage of or need to mitigate. Our strengths range from, it's a lot of small writing there, so our strengths range from our expanding multilingual collection to our growing role and reputation in the industry. In fact, we lead an innovation lab for national urban libraries. Our weaknesses include gaps in service points in some dense areas of the city and library general space deficits, and a limited collection that doesn't include enough technology. Our external opportunities include customer behavior changes that can create new and dynamic needs for library spaces and digital services. And some of our external threats or risks range from a challenging labor market to not being able to keep pace with the increasingly digital world. Next slide, please. While the SWOT exposes several areas of implication, I do want to highlight just a few issues that we expect will contribute to an increased dependency on the library in 2023 and beyond. First is the economy. Canadians have been warned to brace for a significant economic slowdown in 2023. The expectation is that consumers will cut back on discretionary spending, unemployment will continue to rise. So we can expect that in an effort to save money and be relevant in the job market, more residents in Richmond Hill will rely on the library's free collections and upskilling programs, and those who already rely on them will use them more often. To support this need, we're increasing our outreach into the community to ensure that everybody who needs us is aware of our services, and we'll continue to build offerings that are as representative as possible to reflect the diversity of our community. Another key pressure for the library is urbanization. Richmond Hill continues to see growing intensification across the city, especially in its key development areas. It's important for the library to be aware of and plan for the widening social and economic divides that tend to come with urbanization. This type of socioeconomic instability can bring with it some issues such as homelessness, mental health issues, as well as deeper digital inequities in terms of access to the internet and digital tools. It's well understood that these types of social issues put greater demand on public libraries and services. And so we're incorporating these growing social pressures into our department plans to better respond to these needs, as well as into our new master plan. And we're partnering with community organizations to look at bringing the library into the community. As well, we'll be implementing foundational changes to our organizational structure that will enable us to execute on our strategic plan and set up the library for better success in the future. This is the culmination of a methodical, one-year-long redesign process that'll modernize and align our structure, our roles, and our capabilities to the priorities and visions identified in our strategic plan. It'll address a variety of long-standing organizational changes, and it'll improve the customer experience by making it possible for users to easily accomplish what they need at any library service point. The last pressure on this slide refers to the fact that the library actually contributes about 50% of its collection development budget that it receives from the city back to the city through a transfer to the infrastructure repair and replacement reserve fund. This is part of a complex legacy funding model that will be explored this year with the city treasurer for simplification and optimization. Next slide, please. RHPL operates under the direction of a library board, as I mentioned, and they've approved this budget and is recommending it to council. The 2023 draft operating budget is 8.41 million. Expenditures are 10.8 million and revenues are 2.4 million. The net budget increase is $440,000 related mainly to personnel increases, as well as the library's contribution to the fund that I just mentioned. While it represents a 5.5% increase to the library's budget, it amounts to only a 0.36% impact to the city's overall tax rate. Next slide, please. Diving a little deeper to unpack some of those budget lines, our personnel increases fall really into two main categories. Standard increases to our cost of living benefit adjustments accounts for $181,000. Those are the first two. And the third one is changes to our organizational structure, which accounts for $140,000. As I mentioned before, the library historically transferred 50% of its collection development budget to the city's infrastructure fund, and that amounts to $267,000 more in 2023. As part of a shared services agreement with the city's IT department supports the library, and that budget is going up $43,000 to reflect new contracts and equipment that's required. At the same time, while org changes are going up $140,000, we managed to reduce our general contracts budget by $189,000 by insourcing work and expertise. In addition to reducing costs, this also gives us more stability, higher quality output, and more engaged employees. The next line shows an in and an out of $170,000. That reflects the launch of the library's new financial sustainability initiative. It's meant to be a cost-neutral initiative, so the expense actually reflects a newly created role to support the library's long-term plan to generate new funding sources. And it's then offset by the revenue itself, resulting in a net zero impact to the budget. And I'll expand further on the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, biggest savings is $189,000. And the $189,000, including the organizational structure changes, results in a net savings to the budget. Our prime new revenue opportunity stems from our financial sustainability initiative that I was just talking about. It's one of the strategies that's identified in the library's new strategic plan. We committed to exploring opportunities to diversify and increase our sources of revenue in order to amplify the city's annual funding. Consultants from Grant Thornton LLP worked with us to develop viable options and recommendations to generate new funding over the next few years. The findings and recommendations of this plan were received by the library board at last September's meeting, and this budget reflects the launch of this strategy. The budget includes both the cost and the equally offsetting revenue for the growth initiative, amounting to a net zero budget impact right now. In future years, it would actually drive up and result in revenue. It's an important initiative, and it really does represent a long-term investment in the library and in the community. Next slide, please. In addition to the initiatives that I was just talking about, we're really excited about our 2023 roadmap. Our customer priority plans include rolling out a new, more modern brand strategy and identity, as well as a new, more user-focused website, both of which will be supported by a new marketing strategy and will increase the library's relevance in the community. We'll also launch a significant and strategic expansion of our collection beyond books with the launch of our experience passes and library of things. Based on the high demand of the provincial park passes that we currently offer, our new experience pass project will give Richmond Hill residents complimentary access to arts and culture attractions across the GTA, starting with the Agacon Museum, McMichael Art Gallery, Bata Shoe Museum, and Black Creek Pioneer Village, with the ROM and AGO passes expected to be added later in the year. And our Library of Things will provide residents access to different types of products, such as tools to support DIY projects and tactile learning, sporting and camping equipment to support active lifestyles, and technology such as video game consoles. In the Insights and Innovation priority, we'll develop an in-house service design and innovation practice. This will include the rollout of an employee idea pipeline, which we piloted this past year, which really is a sustainable process improvement and innovation model where we crowdsource from our employees who are on the ground. And our enablement priority is highlighted by the implementation of changes to our organizational structure. We'll also roll out diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, and we have worked with the city on this. We'll launch a new department planning process, and we'll implement a data strategy that we've been laying the groundwork on for the last year as well. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned at the top, Richmond Hill Public Library is an essential service in the community. Residents continue to rely on it to help improve their lives. We've done a tremendous amount of work over the last year and a half on our path to transforming the organization. And now with the core building blocks in place, we're excited by our plans to support the community, not just next year, but beyond as well.
Thanks very much, Mr. Solomon. That's very dynamic, and I'm sure that there's likely questions. What we'll do, just to remind everybody, we'll take questions on this, and then the next thing we'll need to do is get a motion on the floor as outlined in the agenda, and I'll go to Chair DiPaolo to do that after this round. So is there any questions on this? Councillor Silovitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Solomon. That was an excellent piece, so informative. And I do want to congratulate the library. They've done a superb job, especially through COVID. It was just excellent. I got so many emails and calls from people who were really, really impressed with the manner in which the library was able to pivot. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just one question through you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this will be part of the upcoming DEI strategy talks, but does the library offer any specific or special programs to children with disabilities?
I mean, we offer programs that are open to everybody. One of the core values of the library is that no matter who you are, where you come from, able, disabled, whatever your background is, we welcome you and we make room for you. So we do work with many residents in the community who have special needs of different kinds.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair. So in other words, if a child does present with a disability, whatever it may be, that child is, no matter what, will always be incorporated into a program.
Oh, 100%.
Thank you very much.
And if for any reason there are any issues, we will always make accommodations with access.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's my questions.
Thank you very much. Is Regional Local Councillor Chan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the dynamic and all those words that seem to really give me the sense of very forward-looking, innovative, and so on. Congratulations to you and your staff. Now, it might not necessarily relate to dollars and cents, and you kept it in the end, the net of 5.5% ask, so to speak. Presumably it's all approved by the Public Library Board.
Correct.
So that's why you're here. So representing 0.36% of the city tax rate, and is relatively modest, I would say, for the return on that, and that's where I'm focusing on. I believe on slide 4, under the customer priorities, I catch a line there, support the homeless. Through you, Mr. Chair, you might expand a little bit on that.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying through you, Mr. Chair, as I was just mentioning to Councillor Silovitz, the library is there for everybody, and homelessness is something that libraries, really step up for. Homeless people, there aren't a lot of places where they can go just to be. There aren't a lot of places where they can get shelter just to be. And the library is one of those places. In fact, we had MPP Parsa at our library this morning, and we were commenting on how the range of people who rely on the library for services, whether it's just space to stay warm or something more advanced, that's the beauty of a library. It really is there for everybody. And so we have offered homelessness training to our staff. It speaks to the urbanization, and we want to be prepared for it. And so we want to make sure that we're trained and ready to handle any increases that will come as well.
Thank you. It's not the discussion for today, but it's quite a bit of talk, at least in Toronto, about potential open up more warmness center. Well, hopefully winter will be gone soon, but it's kind of thing that I think down the line we need to look at. And libraries, yes, particularly that location, Young and Major Mac, and I saw the head nodding, so I understand that could be something we can work in the future of the library. The other thing talking about, I'm wondering, again, as I mentioned, it's not necessarily dollars and cents, but multilingual committee advisory group. So this is part of operation, obviously, included in the 5.5% net increase. Is that something out of an advisory group to you as the chief of the library, or is it to the library board? And if so, just an overview, like what particular opportunity and benefits can be shared very briefly here through you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chair.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the library strongly believes, and the model that we work under is we co-design with the community. And so instead of us picking materials or running programs that we think the community wants, we really try to engage the community directly to understand if they want them and how much of them they want. And we have many different experts in our system. And this initiative is part of actually reaching out and developing a community of people from the different communities that are here in Richmond Hill, the Chinese community, the Persian community, the Russian community. We had Ukrainians arrive, perhaps the Ukrainian committee. The committee is not formed yet, so this is in development. But what we want to do is make sure we are hearing directly from people in the city to understand, do we have enough for you? And that could be that could result in launching new programs in different languages. It could result in, having wayfinding or signage in different languages. It could result in, acquiring new materials in different languages. But we recognize that, a significant majority of Richmond Hill aren't from here. And so we want to make sure that we are reflective of them.
Thank you. Very quickly, actually, talk about initiatives. I seem to have missed it. Maybe it's there. Is there still an initiative or partnership of the library with the agency serving newcomers, whereas newcomers being welcome, I think, at a certain time at the Central Library foyer when they came in? And also the other one, I'm interested in the business database or the business services, to the extent that it might be collaboration of our city's economic development. So 2 different questions for you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So we have lots of partnerships with all the main social organizations in the city and beyond as well. Craftsman Center, for example, for the homeless as well. We actually have someone we obviously offer when work in settlement quite a bit. And we actually have a space dedicated where someone from settlement agency actually comes into the library and takes appointments for people who actually need advice and support. And we offer lots of materials as well. And with regards to business, we've actually worked, he's gone. We've actually worked with the BIA in the past, and we're excited to continue to be able to offer services to the city's business partners.
Okay, thank you. The last thing that maybe is an informal question is through you, Mr. Chair. I see that word capability gap, and it's under kind of efficiencies kind of thing, because there's a savings in the end. And I think it's touched base on maybe rather than having external contractor doing certain things. So help me a little bit in the overview, what really that capability gap is all about. If it's about saving money, I'm interested.
Well,
Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, capability gaps refer to, and this is part of the organizational redesign that we undertook this past year. We have a current model, a current structure, and we have current capabilities. We have a plan that we want to implement and a roadmap for where we want to go, and we understand how the city is growing. And through all of that, if you look at what we have and what we need, there are gaps in capabilities. So, a low-hanging example to point to is in digital. A couple of years ago, and even up until very recently, a couple of years ago when I arrived, there was not one person at the library who was dedicated to a website or anything digital.
Really?
And that's in 2020. And so, we as a library, as part of our transformation and modernization of our services, we need to make sure that we have, basic capabilities to deliver upon the strategic plan and to meet customer behavior where they are, because that will make us more relevant. And so that's what capability gaps refers to.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the responses.
Okay, I don't see, Councillor Davidson.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And I, am part of the library board. And I have to say the library is doing so much more than I had imagined, and it's a great resource. And I also wanted to say that the library in Oak Ridge is home to some folks that may not have an address, and it's a real place for them to go winter, summer, and all times of the year. I do have a question. Am I correct in your personnel budget is an increase of 440,000? Am I wrong there?
The personnel increase, the 440,000 is the total. So if you go to, I believe it is slide 8, you could see a breakout where personnel breaks up into 2 pieces, and it's $321,300 there.
Can you So can you divulge, is that just for the staff we already have?
So the $180,000 is the standard, as you've heard in other presentations. There are standard increases, cost of living increase, benefit changes, and those adjustments total $180,000 to the current staff we have. And as you know, Councillor Davidson, we undertook a significant redesign of the entire organization, and that resulted in a $140,000 change. So the new organizational structure will cost $140,000. Unfortunately, I will get ahead of it and say
that I'm not asking details. And what happens if that increase for that personnel pile isn't approved? Could you in a very roundabout way tell us how that would affect the quality of the services provided?
I mean, it would impact service, and we would have to go back and look at it. It's the $140,000 is not for this one thing. The $140,000 is a baked in. I'm trying not to say too much because we haven't told staff and spoken to union and whatnot, but the $140,000 is part of an entire redesign. It's not a one thing that we could point to, but I'd be happy if any councillors are interested. I'd be happy to go through it in more detail, either in a closed session or one-on-one.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just one last question. Do you have any guess, and forgive me if you already said this, because there's lots of numbers flying around, but of the over 200,000 people who live in Richmond Hill, and I know that you can't say whether or not the people who visit the library live here or not, but how many visits a year do all the libraries get accumulatively?
So usually well over 1 million. Obviously, COVID threw a wrench into that. 2022, we were at give or take almost 850,000. So it was about 25%, 28% lower than 2019. So, which is a lot better than a lot of other libraries. There are threads that go around amongst library CEOs. Some of them are down 40% in terms of visits. So I think it all depends on what day it is. At our last board meeting, for example, you couldn't find a seat anywhere. In fact, the floor was full. So, it depends morning, night, but certainly the buildings are well used. We also currently have, we're doing master planning right now, and there's about a 90,000 square foot space deficit that will come out as part of the master plan as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oops. I think that's it for the list. Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Just to tap in, through you, the mayor, just tap in what Councillor Davidson was saying. I didn't understand that we did have a true count on visits at the library. I thought that those numbers that you're throwing out, is that just based on people who actually use their cards, or how? Because I don't think we have some sort of mechanism that's checking everybody that comes in the door.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are two ways that we can count the number of people who come in through the door. One is we literally have door counters. So we can see people coming in and out. The challenge with the door counters is that we need to replace them, and the data isn't always the cleanest. So that's one of the challenges with that. What we do to report to the ministry is it's called an annual week survey. And so there are a couple of weeks in a year where we actually do very manual counting, and then we aggregate those numbers and we push them out to get our numbers. Part of our plan, and it's in the capital budget actually, is to beef up our ability to actually understand who is in our buildings so that we are able to make more evidence-based decisions.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. We appreciate that. It's certainly not the last generation library this generation. It's certainly become much more of a community hub, and I appreciate that we're responding to the needs that are always changing. As you said, that is a constant. So thank you. All right, so at this time, we are at the point where I'm going to hand the floor over to Regional Local Councillor and Budget Chair DePaulo. And Regional Councillor DePaulo, if you would like to move the motion. And just before I do that, the thing is here, and I want to make this clear to everybody here and also at home, we are moving this forward to the Budget Committee of the Whole on the 14th of February. But it is part of this process is to be able to hear all that we've heard today. It's been a long but productive meeting, but also all that we're going to hear on the 14th, and then we can look at it in a more holistic way, the budget as a whole. So by approving this agenda, we're not writing anything in stone. But anyway, over to you, Regional Local Councillor DePaulo. Oh, you're on mute, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I will move the staff recommendations. I'll definitely do that. I want to thank Mr. Solomon for that presentation on the library board, and just highlight that there has been so many good changes happen there over the last 4 years. They've transformed the way they offer library services, and they've played a key role in helping the overall city budget over the past 3 years as they came in multiple occasions requesting less money than they had the year before, which helped us greatly. And I understand that this year they have a slight increased amount that they're requesting, and that's just par for the course with everything that's happening, not only here but elsewhere. So I want to thank Ms. Jocelyn Steele, and of course our treasurer Gigi Lee, for all of their information and the high level presentation. As you said, Mr. Mayor, we're going to move to receive these presentations and move things forward to the next meeting. The next meeting will be an opportunity where members of council will be presented with lists of different options for possible changes to this budget, and with an explanation of what the implications will be. There still remains an opportunity for us to lessen the impact on the tax rate, and I would love to see that happen without hurting our services, or still being prudent and responsible. And I think that's what this budget represents. It is responsible. I think it'd be irresponsible to have a zero increase or a significantly lowering tax increase. But I'd love to see this committee get that proposed rate down a little bit. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will move that the 2023 city operating budget is the proper word, referred to that February 22nd, to the next budget committee meeting, and ultimately to February 22nd, that the capital asset sustainability fee, which is vital and critical, that be approved, that we go forward and continue with that program. I hope that we don't have to increase that amount in future years, but we need at least that much to remain sustainable, as our asset sustainability committee discovered, that's a necessary amount to keep our heads above water with our repair and replacement of our capital assets. So I'll refer also the water and wastewater recommendation to council for February 22nd. And in that case, it's really just a flow through. Our costs for water and wastewater come from the region. We pay them a certain amount. They're increasing that amount, and we have very little choice but to pass that on. I want to receive the financial outlook and of course to approve the compliance report that is necessary, that it shows expenses that have been excluded from this draft budget. So I will move those 5 stack recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't thank you for doing the work that you've done as chair of this committee up to this point. It certainly is a lot of moving parts, and you've done this in past years, and appreciated that work. And I appreciate the work that you have done to help this process to this point as well. So thank you. All right. So we've got a couple of people here. We've got Regional Councillor Chan. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I want to also echo being said. Thank you very much to all the staff. It's certainly not easy task. In particular, and I said early on, as a taxpayer, of course, that's zero or even minus would be even better. But it's something that we have to look at in a very pragmatic, realistic way and being reasonable. And in particular, just I believe this is maybe I don't know, it's wet hot news. The King City or King Township just approved yesterday at their council meeting a rate of increase 4.95%, and City of Toronto already passed 5.5%. At the town of Newmarket proposed at 7.67%, and next door neighbors being used as a comparison, proposing at 6.4%. So, Mr. Mayor, I think that I'm hoping that this is only about deferring the next week for a final approval. That's the word. I honestly hope that perhaps in between now and then that it does not preclude, if the hard work the staff always been doing and diligently among my colleagues as well, potentially, I hope, might even have a lower than 3.84%, if at all possible, looking at all those gaps I was talking about here and there. So I'm voting in support of this for deferral, not necessarily 3.84% at this point in time. Just want to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else at this time? We've tired you all out, I guess. All right. So we have a motion in front of us then. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Now, there's one person not here that didn't vote. Can I say unanimously or? Yes. Okay. So that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. All right. So the next item on the agenda, and they deserve our kudos for waiting patiently for the last 3 and a bit hours. The BIA budget, Nicole and Sina are here to present that budget to us. So I welcome you. And again, I sincerely thank you for your patience and waiting. I hope that you've learned a lot about the operating budget as a whole. Go ahead. Oh, can we turn her microphone on?
Do I need to move the mic down?
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Oh. All right. So since we haven't been here for a while, we're just going to go a little snippet of our 2021 highlights and some of the successes from that, as well as our 2022. So first slide, please. And on our 2021 highlights, our main priority was hiring a social media consultant who would help us set up a calendar as well as regular posts in the email newsletter. Our other priority was to inform the public regarding the BIA, that we do exist, and all the fabulous businesses that we have in the village of Richmond Hill, and that people can shop local instead of buying at Amazon. And also hold events depending on the capacity restrictions for COVID. So some of our successes were starting that email newsletter and collaborating with the city on a staycation flyer, as well as the dessert specials for the drive-through rib fest that happened at Elgin Barrel, which was right near the BIA. We became a participant of the York Region's Community Action Tables, and we continue to be a participant of the Community Action Tables to this day, showcasing any events that are happening in the BIA or are relevant to the community surrounding. We hosted an outreach event with the Craftsman Center, the CMHA, and the York Regional Police and York Region in Ransom Park for those specifically in the area who were experiencing food insecurity and homelessness. So it was a drop-in afternoon event. Next slide, please. With an invitation from the city, we also participated and had BIA tables at the 3 locations of the City of Richmond Hill's Art Walk that happened. at Elgin Barrow Arena, as well as the Heritage Center and the Richmond Hill Center for the Performing Arts. And we distributed business coupons for our businesses, some for free food and some for specials. We were very successful in receiving a My Main Street grant for our holiday initiatives that year. That was about $18,000 that we got to put on the series of holiday 2021 events, which include a Holiday in the Village event with live performances at the courtyard at the theater. We did our Village-licious for the first time and had 7 restaurants participate, as well as for one of the first times, I think, lighting up the windows at the Richmond Hill Center for the Performing Arts Theaters and getting community schools involved in that. And we have continued that tradition. And we also did our first responders thank you lunch for all of our local York Regional Police, Richmond Hill Fire, and EMS. Next slide, please. In 2022, we built on those successes. We had a spring festival in March 2022 that was held inside, and it was in partnership with the Richmond Hill Board of Trade and having performances from Blue Moon Academy, which is actually a BIA business, as well as Vishnu Mandir. We had booths in the lobby and children's crafts. So it was an inside event. Some of our businesses were involved, and it was pretty good for the Richmond Hill Board of Trade. The business improvement area did their sponsorship for the Richmond Hill Center for the Performing Arts. And part of that, we chose one of our sponsorships was to be the Live in the Plaza summer concerts that happened in 2022 over the 6-week period. And that gave an opportunity for the BIA to represent their businesses there with special coupons, like discounts on ice cream in the village, and also have certain businesses have business tables at these events. We participated in the Richmond Hill Center for the Performing Arts Open House, the Art Walk again, the first night celebrations on December 31st. And once again, we had our holiday display. Next slide, please. In 2022, we developed a volunteer team. So we have a series of adults as well as high school students that help out and are brand ambassadors for the BIA. They've learned our businesses, they've learned how to promote the coupons and promote the BIA at various events. We did a Winterlicious with the Richmond Hill Board of Trade in January and February 2022 and had 6 participating restaurants. Again, we're able to participate with the staycation flyer, the rack card that was distributed through the city's summer events, and redesigned a BIA pamphlet that we have and we distribute out to at our events. So we had a food bank collaboration where we worked with the Ward 4 Councillor's Office, the Richmond Hill Soccer Club, and the Richmond Hill Philharmonic Orchestra and the Curtain Club Theatre to collect donations in June 2022. And we did a community cleanup in partnership with other councillors in April. And we would that's one of the things that we're hoping to continue this year. Next slide, please. These are our 2023 plans, and it lists some of the events that we are planning in 2023. As any opportunities come up for partnerships and collaborations, we'll continue to add to that. We are going to continue to build on our email newsletter, and with the 150th year, have stories that are highlighting the oldest businesses to the newest businesses in the BIA. So please look out for my winter news email special coming up regarding the 150th businesses. We will be expanding on our social media and the website so we can add more of the businesses that are in the area and put a system in place to track visitor statistics. Next slide, please. We continue to work with the city's economic development and the small business team to promote their programs and activities like the community improvement program, the CIP, to the BIA businesses. We will work with the city on with respect to the motion on improving the Village of Richmond Hill BIA. and continue to be part of the community action tables. We are intending to expand on our volunteer development and set up regular meetings, monthly meetings, to build a volunteer leadership team so that there is a team that can support myself to get out into the community and really be further brand ambassadors, and so that down the road we can have larger events. And with respect to that, I will hand it over to Sina, who's going to discuss the budget.
Welcome, Sina.
Thank you. Hello, councillors. My name is Sina Akablan. I'm the treasurer of BIA, and we actually included a summary of our budget for 2023 on the last slide. And if you have any question, I would be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. I guess at this point, why don't we have somebody move this? Are you guys finished with your presentation?
Yes.
Hang on, we'll get somebody to move the motion so we have something on the floor. So I'll go to Councillor Tree, and who is one of the two councillors, along with Councillor Thompson, who is a board member on the BIA board. So Councillor Tree, over to you.
Great, thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for this slide here. I know Nicole and also Sina work a lot, so we work together to boost our economy, to boosting the BIA. We went to the Winter Carnival together to send out flyers as well to the community, let them know we do have this business in downtown of our core. So appreciate all the efforts, and based on the information you provided, also the past events, we all work together. I will move this motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tree. I'll go to, we don't need a seconder given that it's committee, but Councillor Thompson, if you would like to make some comments and ask questions.
No questions, but I do want to thank Nicole and Sina for bringing this information together for the rest of council to see. It was very good to be able to be part of the process when we first looked at the budget, and you were very clear on how we were looking at it at the time. So I definitely appreciate all the efforts here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Is there anybody else? Councillor Chan?
Actually, not a question, but just a compliment, 5 words. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's no other comments. So yeah, I'd like to just say thank you so much. This is actually the first year in a very long time that I haven't been on the board of directors. And so I've seen a number of years of the BIA struggling to get traction and move forward. And I really believe the last few years, and especially lately, I think there is some positive movement, and you haven't had it easy because the pandemic did not make that journey in the last couple of years easy. But I think you've actually made progress during the time that the pandemic was on, and businesses were struggling even more than they are likely at the moment. But that area of town is a very important area, and you guys have become a very important community partner, and the list of activities and outreach and partnerships that you're making really, I think, is a very positive thing. And I thank you very much for that. I think we all will benefit from the progress that the BIA makes. And I mean, just to be clear, the money that we're talking about in this particular budget is money that's been levied on the owners of the BIA to help them revitalize their own area. So that's the whole kind of idea of a BIA. And I think you guys are really getting some traction in meeting the mission. So thank you so much for that. And again, I'm really sorry for the long wait, but we really appreciate you coming and presenting that. And by the way, thank you so much for all your participation at the Winter Carnival this past weekend. Given the cold of Saturday, that went above and beyond the call of duty. So thank you so much. Okay, is there any other questions, comments at this time? Okay, we'll take a vote then. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And again, thank you to the two of you for coming out and waiting. Okay, so we have 2 more items on the agenda here. The first item is the Municipal Elections Campaign Contribution Rebate Program. What I would like, I think, and this is up to council, but what I think we should do with both this item and the next item is have the discussion, and that's why we're here today, ask any questions that we need to, But ultimately, I think it's probably a good idea to do what we've done with the other items on this and defer this to the 14th of February, because it gives us an opportunity to take a look at all of these pieces of the budget and look at them in a more global context. So what I would like to do is if I could get somebody to move maybe the staff recommendation to get this on the floor. But ultimately, I think it would be a good idea to have the conversation and then defer it to the 14th of February. So can I get a motion to put that on the floor? Okay, Councillor Davidson, you want to kick us off?
What you said, I'm happy to discuss, and then it gives us time to digest it before next week. We've learned so much today. I look forward to that. I'll leave it to the clerk's expertise to write a fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. So is there any other comments about it at this moment? Go ahead.
So when you say comments, are we talking that we're open for discussion?
Yeah,
now,
we have a motion on the floor, I believe, that the motion is the staff recommendation. Mr. Clerk, if maybe you could put that up. Sorry, Councillor Thompson, that's a good point. So we have a motion on the floor, but ultimately, I think it's a good idea if we have this discussion, and then maybe we'll move this to the 14th. But we are in a point now where we can have a discussion on this right now. So if you have questions, comments, concerns, whatever, about this motion, then now is a good time to start talking about it. So actually, sorry, Councillor Davidson, if that clarifies it, did you want to make some comments?
I wanted to talk about the proposal, but I thought I was saying yes to let's talk about it and vote on it or discuss it further next week. Where are we at on this?
Well, okay. What I would, I'm in council's hands, but what I want to have a motion on the floor so that we can procedurally discuss the staff report that's before us. So I think it would be good if somebody would move the motion, the staff recommendation, but maybe later in the discussion, we could have it deferred to Mr. Clerk, does that make sense to you?
To the chair. Yeah, let me adjust this so that this can be received, and then we'll just defer the direction.
Okay, so we can do it all in one.
Well, correct.
Okay, that makes even more sense. Excellent. Okay, so does that make it clear as mud?
Yes, what you said and what Mr. Ben said.
Okay, so if you would like to make, like it's on the floor, so we can all discuss the item on the floor with the knowledge that it'll be moved. If this motion passes, it'll be moved to the 14th. But do you want to make some comments?
About the motion, yeah. About the
Yes.
actual thing, yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I am all for encouraging residents to discuss or to participate in elections, including giving money to candidates they'd like to see succeed. And I was gracious last election to be the recipient of those things. I do have a few questions. If a resident, first off, do you have to have a resident address to be considered for this type of thing? And could someone theoretically donate to every candidate or 5 candidates? Or I'm interested to know the nitty gritty of how we would operate this to ensure that the benefit goes directly to residents who live in Richmond Hill. Is this the right place to ask that question?
Yeah, Mr. Hike.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great questions. Certainly, staff would recommend that if you are implementing this, that it be limited to contributors who live in Richmond Hill. From a policy perspective, while other municipalities, there are not many, but other municipalities do allow non-resident contributors to benefit from the program. Certainly, it would be our recommendation that transferring money that is funded by tax dollars outside of the municipality would not be our preference. So yes, you would generally have to be a resident. That would be our recommendation, although that would be up to council to decide. And I apologize, I didn't catch the second part of your question.
Would there be a limit overall, or could I just donate to every candidate if I wanted to?
Sure. So thank you. So generally speaking, the way, subject to any limitations in the act about the total contributions you can make to all candidates running for office on the same body council. Certainly the programs that are out there, you could donate up to $5,000 to all the candidates running on Richmond Hill Council. However, we're recommending that if you adopt a program, they say, well, no, you're not getting a rebate on all that 5,000. It's a minimum contribution. So, you know, for instance, if we say that the minimum contribution is $50, well, you could actually make $5, $10 donations and be eligible for a rebate. But then we would cap it and say that the maximum of your total contributions that would be eligible would be whatever council sets. So that would be the parameters. So, you know, one of the philosophies of the program is to encourage more civic participation, and staff believe that if you're going to do this, then what you're really trying to do is incentivize lower dollar amounts, because more people are likely to be able to make lower dollar amounts. So we would suggest that if council wants this program, that you implement where a minimum donation or minimum total contributions to all eligible candidates be made, and that the maximum, how much, that there be a cap on your total rebates, which would be eligible for.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Is there data to support that initiative is needed? I'm not bragging here, but I got lots of little donations from a lot of people I didn't even know. And I'm the only thing that was in it for them. So I'm wondering, is there data to support that this will incentivize others who normally wouldn't donate?
Thank you. Through the mayor, it's a good question. We didn't see any data. It's hard to, we didn't see any data that supports or justifies the achieving the policy goals, because it's actually very difficult to generate that type of data. In fact, you'd probably have to spend more than the program would cost to hire a research firm to actually survey those who did it, and you'd have to do it province-wide. Certainly the municipalities, that have, and I believe that there's 8 or 9 that have this in place. They've had it in a long time, and certainly we understand that the candidates are generally supportive of it. So that suggests anecdotally that there's some benefit, but I can't give you anything empirical.
And my last question through you, Mr. Mayor, or maybe it's a statement. Is this time sensitive? Like, do we have to make this decision now for 2026? Because I really, being a small time candidate and seeing the barriers of somebody trying to make a challenge against a more established candidate or an incumbent, I feel we should have a look at some of the barriers of why it's so expensive to run in the first place, which would include I think the majority of money goes towards signs. Could we do something to even the playing field with signs that wouldn't cost the taxpayers anything? And we start putting limits on how many signs everybody can have so that money doesn't plaster every corner with your face, and then the little guy who's trying to challenge an income doesn't have the money for that, so they don't get to do that. I personally would like to explore other ways that we can even the playing field, because I'd like more people to engage and run for municipal council that doesn't involve taxpayer dollars necessarily. Thank you. The question in there was, is that time sensitive?
Thank you. For you, Mr. Mayor, I thought that might be the question. It's not time sensitive in the sense that, council has to make a decision right now to implement the program. The time sensitivity flows around how you fund the program. So the premise here is that you fund the program over 4 years. So you even out the costs of the program over 4-year contributions to a reserve. The other thing I would say is that, administratively, well, if council wants to defer the decision on implementing a rebate program until next year's budget, that would be fine administratively. But beyond that, I'd suggest that it actually gets significantly more difficult from operationally, because if council decides to put in place this program, a significant amount of work will have to go into building the program, as it were, and having it ready for the 2026 election, because we'll be starting from scratch, as it were. And it is a significantly large administrative program. Just the comment on the signs, I have no doubt that Commissioner Seal and her staff would agree with me that if council wants staff to look at updating the election sign bylaw, a member's motion to that effect would certainly be friendly if they're not doing it already.
I see Commissioner Steele nodding and smiling.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you want me to add something, we are already reviewing that. The sign bylaw is on our agenda for this year, that component of it anyway, maybe not the whole.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Anybody else? Councillor Tree?
Thank you so much. Through you, Mr. Chair, to our legal department, our director, Stephen. So beginning day, when we talk about this rebating programs, so our intention is trying to engage more small portion of the residents' contribution, also their engagement, right? And we are not trying to burden or increase the budget here. From the overall perspective, I think the lots of residents concerned about that one FTE, which is pricing like $150,000, which is pretty high and more than we expected for a lot of us. Even for the council itself, we will look at the money, the amount of the money or costing is quite surprise for me. So I know there could be some works here to collect all the rebatings and then send them back financially or no, I know there are a lot of works. So this is really not our attention or intention at the beginning. We're trying to encourage our residents to participate in all the elections because this is their decision, their voices. We did not expect the cost here as that high. So personally, I say this $150 can be maybe support 3 or 4 councillors' budget for running the elections, or maybe for entire elections I'm seeing here. So my comments here is, as Councillor Davidson said, it's not urgent as I can understand. Have we defer a little bit for some training sessions or private sessions to discuss more details?
Mr. Hike?
Thank you, through the mayor. And I take your comments, and I am aware of some of the comments that have been expressed about the staff report, the FTE, and in particular the expenses that the city was incurring for an elections coordinator over the last elections. I'm going to start with the elections coordinator's position, and respectfully to those who think that the budget was too high, they don't understand the market. They don't understand the role that the elections coordinator plays and how fundamental to it the city as operations on elections that is. They also don't understand that it's a very unique, very narrow skill and experience set of people that can actually fulfill that role. Because if you're bringing someone in on a mere 13-month contract to administer an election, which takes us 12 to 13 months end to end, not including the campaign financial period, to just run an election. You need someone that's fully trained in an election administration already. So your only pool of people that can fulfill that job have worked in a similar role in another municipality and are now retired, or have perhaps worked for even Elections Ontario in a project management role for a number of years, and once again are retired because it's only a contract position. So to attract the right candidate, plus I'm also in hiring an elections coordinator, competing against numerous other municipalities trying to do the same thing. That is what the market bears. So it's a very, very narrow skill set. I would say that, and it's very difficult to fulfill. In fact, I can tell you, so our elections coordinator for the last few elections, and we've had many over the last 4 years, phenomenal experience. And because of a long-standing working relationship I've had with Miss Winborn, we were able to recruit her to the city. But Miss Winborn is now formally, fully, absolutely retired, doesn't want to come back. So it'll be a challenge for us for the next election to find a suitable person to fill that role. It's very challenging because I know the market well.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Silvitz and Councillor Thompson. Go ahead, Councillor Silvitz. Okay, Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Through you, the mayor. So I appreciate the this program and what it's intended to do. And I'm looking at the criteria. And so how much flexibility did we have to massage the criteria? So I'm assuming that number one was something that, we decided here. So where it would just be Richmond Hill residents that would be eligible. But beyond that, how much of the criteria was flexible?
Through the mayor, certainly this would be council's adoption and criteria. That report is making recommendations on what we believe the criteria should be for a program to maintain the integrity of the program, align with the Municipal Elections Act rules and operationally. But if there is if council wants to implement this program and has some concerns with specific aspects of the proposed criteria, we are of course open to council's direction and further discussion on those criteria and why they may have been included.
Right. So that's where I'm going next then. Thank you. Through you, the mayor, then. So I'm looking at what administratively for the little guy that's trying to run their campaign and be a bookkeeper and everything else that comes along with that. That we're looking at, well, first off, it appears that when even if they filed their campaign expenses 2 days after the election, you're still waiting, from what I can tell here, what I'm reading in the criteria would be not only until all the, the financial statement period has expired, but also the period for when some people could contest those filings as well. And then if the filing does get contested, it's likely, who knows how long it could go after that before it's it's been contested, when they get heard and what the final outcomes are before any of this rebate program will actually kick into place. Am I correct on what I'm reading here?
Thank you. To the chair. Not entirely, and I apologize, Councillor, if the report wasn't clear. Certainly, staff do not believe that you should start paying rebates right away if someone files their campaign financial statement shortly after. The reason being, part of this is about the integrity, and remember, it's rebates on the cumulatives, right? So we need to ensure that we're only paying rebates, on the cumulative, that we have controls in place, and part of that is making sure that we have the majority of the financial statements. The not paying rebates on, for instance, if there's a contestation, those criteria were not intended, and in my view, don't suggest that we couldn't pay that contributor if they were, say, okay, let me frame it this way. Say a contributor had made $100 in eligible contributions to 4 candidates, $25 each. One of those candidates' contributions was subject to a compliance audit. We would still be in a position to pay out the rebate payable on the 75. It would just be the 25 would be held pending the outcome of the compliance audit. The reason being, and the reason we put those qualifiers in about compliance audits and contributors who may be subject to compliance audit themselves, is to align with the legislation principles when it comes to campaign finances, to ensure that there's an overall integrity in campaign finances.
Okay, and thank you for that. And through the mayor, criteria 6 in regards to candidates, they can either opt in or not to the program. And it seems to me that if you opt in, regardless of, like, again, if you're the little guy and you're under the $10,000, well, in this particular case, it appears that you have to go for an audited financial statement, which can be costly. I think you're talking a minimum of 2,000. So that really restricts their ability to, get their name out there and do all the things that they'd like to do if they're having to, use 2,000 of their dollars just in an audit. So was that criteria something that comes from the province, or was that something that we were looking at?
Through the mayor, it's almost universal across the board for municipalities that have a compliance audit program to require the candidate to have their financial statement audited, regardless of whether they are required to do so under the Act. As members will be aware, as candidates who incur expenses greater than 10,000 or have contributions greater than 10,000 do get their financial statements audited. Municipalities that have a rebate program across the board require the audited. It's a control mechanism. It's an insurance mechanism. We are talking about, of course, transferring taxpayer dollars to individuals. So it's one of the control mechanisms that audited statement gives the municipality and the administrators the assurance that candidates have complied with the rules. And that's the reason.
Well, I thank you for that, but I still look at the little guy saying if they opt in, and of course they can't, they themselves or their spouse can't be part of it. So they're going to have to come up with this other 2,000. Regardless of how they look at it. I'm just wondering, a lot of the little guys are going to say this is not a net benefit to me. Are there anything else that I should be aware of about opting in versus opting out in terms of pros and cons?
Through the mayor, part of the opt-in and opt-out is because there are potentially additional administrative costs for the candidate, and one of them being the auditing. The additional cost could be just administrative because the record keeping gets a little higher, although of course all candidates are by law supposed to be issuing full receipts to all contributors and tracking all that information. It's even more important in the case of a rebate program because that's the only way. It's the comparison between the candidate's records and the contributor's application records that we verify. So it's the potential extra administrative burden to make sure everything lines up and the cost, and that's why the program is always opt-in.
And thank you. And through you, the mayor, my final question. If the little guy doesn't manage to file their financial statement on time, now all those contributors are no longer able to take advantage of that program because the candidate missed it. I'm just that's how it is, or I'm a little confused on that one.
Through the mayor, certainly, that's absolutely the case. The onus, it's a dual onus. The onus is on the candidates to comply with their legislative obligations under the Act, and as well as the contributor. This is. If you're going to put in place a rebate program, in my view, you have to have the highest level of integrity in that program, which is making sure that the Act is not only followed, but that it's followed diligently, and that would be my opinion on that matter.
Thank you. So just to be clear, basically the candidate controls the rebate for the contributor at this point. So if they didn't file on time, then too bad for the contributor.
Through Mr. Mayor, the only caveat I would say to that is, of course, the legislation does provide for a candidate who fails to file, there is a 30-day grace period with a $500 fine. So that would definitely built in if a candidate missed the original filing date is provided they filed within the 30-day grace period and paid the $500 fee, that contribution would still be eligible for a rebate under any program that I would recommend.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Liu, I see your hand, but I'll go to Councillor Silovitz first and then to Councillor Liu.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps it might be best for Councillor Liu to speak first because I actually want to move the deferral.
Okay, actually, so in the motion, could you put
Is
the
it
motion on
already
the
there?
floor? I think we're actually got an efficiency by Mr. Clerk to put the deferral, bake the deferral into the motion. So I think we're good. So why don't you go?
Oh,
go
excellent.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. No, I just, I have no specific questions here. I wanted to thank our city clerk and his department for doing this. This is a very comprehensive document and I think something very difficult for this council to have to debate on. And as a result of that, I definitely agree with the deferral to next week, to the February 14th meeting. It gives us a little bit more time to have discussions with yourself. And I certainly, I would urge all my council colleagues to speak with our city clerk. And if you have any specific questions, so when we come back to the February 14th meeting, I think we will have a much better idea of where we want to go on this. And as everything is on council, it is a majority vote of council as to whether or not we install this or not, or how do we install it. So I look forward to further conversation and I look forward to the February 14th meeting. I don't have anything specific to say right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Liu, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick question. Great report, first of all. Thank you, Clerk. This is so much more complicated than I personally anticipated. And we are very lucky that we have our clerk, Stephen, there. He has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge on this one. I just wanted to, through you, Mr. Mayor, to ask our clerk, with your experience, have you heard any feedback from other municipalities in regards to this rebate program?
Mr. Clerk?
Through the mayor, actually, so thank you for the comments. I'm actually going to have to send a lot of kudos over to Mr. Ban and also Ms. Connolly, who runs the tech here in our meetings, because they did a lot of the research legwork. I don't think we got a lot of feedback about the program. Certainly the municipalities that have it are keeping it. There's been some changes to ensure that it's more fiscally responsible programs. I'm thinking specifically Markham. I know that Markham used to provide rebates to anyone in Ontario, and the costs were very high of administering that program. Certainly, councils that have it like the program. They believe it should stay. That's pretty much all I can say to that.
Thank you. Yeah, not only that is so much more complicated, but is so much more costly than I think. So I'm in support of the deferral. I think we need to be very careful on this one. And I'm looking forward to the next meeting so that we can have further discussion on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody else? Okay, I'll just wrap it up then. So this was actually a motion that I put forward to do exactly what we're doing here today, which was to investigate this, because I appreciate Councillor Liu's comment a minute ago that this is infinitely more complicated than I expected it would be. I had no idea. But I realized that there probably was more to this than met the eye. And I'm glad that we did our due diligence before we barged in and did it. I will say the entire reason for bringing this forward, and I suspect that I've heard pieces about this from other members of council, that it's totally designed to try to increase participation. And I was specifically thinking about new councillors that are at a significant disadvantage. I mean, I I understand that. It wasn't that long ago that I was a first-time counselor. We have a few on the council now, and I realize the barriers, and that is a problem for our democracy. But I'm afraid, first of all, and I will say that if we were to do this type of thing, it has to be for residents only, period, end of conversation. We can't be opening this up to people that don't live in Richmond Hill. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I think the problem is there's a number of them. Number one, the administrative cost of this is significant. And, the more that we've delved into this and the more that I read the staff report and understand it, it is a lot of work. And it's a lot of work which I'm afraid won't produce the impact and the positiveness that we want to produce in order for this to be a success. And I mean, that's ultimately, this is really what this budget as a whole is all about, is to produce good quality services at the least cost possible with the greatest impact for our community. I'm not convinced that this program necessarily meets that target. It is a complicated program, and I can hear that from some of the questions that are being asked here today. I mean, I've read the staff report a couple of times. I've talked to Mr. Hike a couple of times, and even there's been a couple of things that came up today that I didn't even think of either. So it is complicated. So I think it's going to be hard for the public to fully understand this. And in order for it to really work well, I think it needs to be really simple. And I don't think that it meets that criteria. I also am concerned now that it will actually negatively impact the new candidates, because if you're a candidate that runs a campaign under $10,000 of fundraising, you will have to do a compliance audit. And if you have to do a compliance audit, like if you get it for $2,000, I think you're lucky. And it could end up costing the new person a lot. And that's an unintended consequence that might make it worse for new clients and our new counselors, candidates, I mean. And the thing is, we don't want to put up barriers. We want to remove barriers to new candidates. And I'm afraid this could end up being an actual barrier. And I mean, if you're a new candidate and you opt out of the program, I mean, that's not going to look very good on you when everybody else is opting into the rebate program, but your contributors can't get a rebate because you've opted out. So I don't think that's fair. I will say I have actually had the opportunity to call a colleague and ask them about how the program was, how it's accepted. And I didn't get any huge kudos. It was kind of a neutral, it's okay, but I don't think it really meets the criteria. And to Mr. Hike's point, there's really insufficient data right now to demonstrate that it actually moves the needle on participation. So, and I also found Councillor Davidson's comment interesting that, I think there's lower hanging fruit in helping people enter the candidate world. And one of them, frankly, is get rid of as many signs as possible, because, that is a huge financial barrier to candidates. And, maybe that's something that we can work on in the next little while between now and the next election. So I'm glad we had this conversation, and I really appreciate the input from my colleagues, but I think it is best that we have another week to think about this, move it to the February 14th meeting, and then decide what we're going to do with it. I guess the last thing I would say is that clearly we are working, and I've heard comments from council that we are working here, and I heard this from Councillor DiPaolo and Budget Chair DiPaolo, that we're going to be working to see if we can find ways to, find a little bit more efficiencies so that we can reduce the amount. And this is not going to reduce the amount. And I'm afraid that it isn't going to give us the bang that we want for our buck. So anyway, those would be my comments. Thank you very much, everybody, for your comments. And unless there's others, go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, just one other thing that popped into my mind, and that is with the opt-out, when would the candidate actually have to declare? Is that when they sign up, or was that intended to be discussed?
Through the mayor, and I apologize, I don't have that clause in front of me, but I believe I suggested that the decision to opt in or opt out, and you have to, well, no, the decision is always to be opt in. If you don't opt in, you're not part of the program, because we need that in writing and there's some rules that apply, although those that don't opt in would be required to notify the contributors that they're not. I believe I suggested in the report that it's within 5 days of nomination day or before you accept your first contribution, because you can't accept a contribution until you do. So that was our recommendation. These criteria can be tailored, and I take the point of the mayor on the auditing and the barriers clearly. We put before you what we saw as some of the key considerations based on all the programs, while ensuring accountability, transparency, integrity of the system. I'm always open to being an innovative person. And if council wants to implement this program while also being innovative to make it more, user-friendly, as it were, I can tell you I and my team and other staff, we're open to that, right? And happy to have the conversations between now and the 14th. Yes, this program, doesn't matter how much we open it up, simplify it, it is a complicated program to run, and the benefit could be debated. But if that is council's wish, we're open to that. There's nothing to say that council can't say, well, we don't want to do these criteria for this election, but Mr. Clerk, report back to us after the first time this is used and say what worked well, what didn't work well, if council goes down that direction. So I will just say that, I'm giving you my best advice here on criteria based on the research, but I'm very open to being innovative.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else? We have a motion then before us, Mr. Clerk. Can we put that on the screen? Okay, that's great. So we have a motion in front of us then to defer this to the next budget committee, the whole meeting. Councillor Liu, I see your hand. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And the final report that we have in front of us today, and I thank everybody on council for this. Has been a long meeting and been good discussions, so I think it's worthwhile, is the reinstatement of the community bulletin board in the Liberal newspaper. And so this motion was one that was initially put forward by Regional Local Councillor DePaulo. So I will go to you first, sir, and you can start us off. Yeah, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I originally had submitted a member motion to council that was approved to reinstate the community bulletin page in the Liberal newspaper, and I really there hasn't been anything that's convinced me otherwise. And in fact, a lot of residents have suggested that this is something that's really important for us to have a consistent presence in the only widely circulated weekly paper that truly gets around Richmond Hill. I know there's a number of households that don't receive it. I think it's distributed to about 40 of the 60,000 households. But as much as we are going to be watching every dollar in this budget, I think it is worthwhile to have to reinstate this presence on a community bulletin page consistently. Maybe it's every other week. My preference is for it to be weekly. I appreciate what's in the staff report, but Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to do with this is also defer this. Certainly councillors can ask questions today, and there is some information here, but I think we still need to see options and understand the cost. I mean, I'd prefer that we just have a more wholesome discussion. I still 100% want to see us reinstate a weekly page in the Liberal, and the staff report outlines very well the options, but if we could just have another week to mull it around, obviously people can ask questions today and present their opinion. if they'd like to, but I want to defer the decision making to have it be dealt with as a whole when we make those decisions next week at budget committee. So my motion will be to defer this item to or refer it, I'm sorry, to the next budget committee meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiPaolo. So can I ask if in a referral, we're asking for a bit more information. Is there information in that you're looking for from staff between now and then?
I do. It's pretty detailed and comprehensive what's in the staff report. I don't personally require any other information, but I think I think it's just important to look at it as a part, to have it right up against the other options that we're going to make that we're going to choose next week. I think rather than bind, make a decision today that sets in stone what this is going to be, and then regret it next week when we see other priorities.
Okay, can I suggest then that we maybe make a similar motion to what we just did in the last instance, where we'll have a discussion about this today, but ultimately a part of the motion will be to refer it to the 14th. Does that work for you, Councillor?
It does. That was my hope. Thank you.
Okay, great. So Mr. Clerk, can you craft something along that line? Look at that. Boy, you're fast. Okay. I don't know. I think maybe you're faster than Mr. Hike. Just kidding, Mr. Hike. Okay, so we've got Councillor Tree. Go ahead, and I've got Councillor Silovitz after that, and then okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to our I don't know who going to be asked for, and because this one states as a reinstate. For my knowledge, I don't know the history yet. So what happened? Why this become a reinstate? Have we been canceled the support before, and this year we returning back? That's my question. Thanks.
Okay, who are you directing that to, Councillor?
I have no clue who going to be answer this question.
Libby, do you want to answer that?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay, I think what you're looking for is the history of how did we get where we are today.
Yeah, why is it reinstated? I'm assuming we might have canceled before, right? This time we're coming back. What's the stories behind it?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. In the staff report, it summarized, it was in April 2020 that we discontinued the bulletin board. It was a decision by council to remove the funding from the budget and stop running the weekly bulletin board.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we've got Councillor Silovitz, and then Councillor Davidson, and then Thompson.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Libby, for this. It's an excellent report. And I totally agree with Regional Councillor DiPaolo that we should defer this to the next to our next meeting on the 14th. Just one question relative to what Councillor Tree was saying. Is it possible, and I know it's not in the motion, but is it possible for us to, even in an email, to be sent the recorded minutes from that particular meeting? So this particular council is aware of how that council last term voted. Is that possible? Can we do that? Okay, thank you. I think that would help. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say I think supporting the local paper goes beyond just a page. It actually supports their reporters, which report on us, and it's part of a healthy democracy. And we know that local papers are shrinking, and we need to, I believe we should support it while we're doing a good turn by letting neighbors know what's going on. That said, I was shocked at the cost, and I would very much like to hear if every 2 weeks would that half that cost. But I do think just today I was talking with staff about, age-friendly community. If we don't do this, I think we are pretty much cutting off people maybe older people who don't have computers don't get their information online. So I do think we need to have a presence on the newspaper. I'd be excited to hear if there are degrees where we can get every other week or some way half a page to bring down that cost, but still maintain the idea. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through the mayor, in reading the report, and from the last meeting that we had on this, I seem to recall that we did speak about the Liberal, although I see in the report here, it says that it hits 42,000 households. But our understanding was that it wasn't necessarily the paper. The flyers might hit all 42,000 households, but it might have only been half the households that were actually getting the paper, if I understood correctly. So I'd like to make sure that if we are going down this road, that ideally it's the full paper, not just the flyers. So because I think our window program, I think we said is 44,000. So I'm assuming that we're pretty close in numbers in terms of the actual households here. So I just wanted to know, did we, even if we're going to go down this road, would we be having that conversation with the Liberal to say, well, we're willing to commit to X, Y, and Z, as long as you're willing to commit to hitting all 42,000 households that you service right now, not just the flyers.
Ms. Hood, do you have anything to say about that? Go ahead.
Thank you for you, Mr. Chair. We did, in fact, speak to the Liberal, and they are delivered to approximately 42,000 households in Richmond Hill. And that is, I'll say, about 2/3. We have our own newsletter, the print mail out newsletter that we send twice a year, and that's sent to every household in the city, and that's 68,000 households. And we're also, of course, another of our mail out pieces is the waste management calendar, which goes out every year to 56,000 households. And that's because that's to everybody who gets curbside pickup. So it doesn't include households that are high rises, et cetera. When we spoke to the Liberal, they have no plans in the foreseeable future to increase distribution. It's not possible, even if we go back to being in the paper every week. It's not going to be something that's financially possible for them based on our finances. I can't speak to what their plans are, but we did ask, and they're not planning to do that.
Okay. So thank you, through the mayor. So just so that I'm clear, when they're talking about the distribution, are they talking about the actual paper, or are they just talking about how they distribute now, where they have flyers to some households and the full paper and flyers to others?
So,
To you, Mr. Chair, they didn't specify, so I don't actually have that information. I assume that is the newspaper that goes out to 42,000 people every week, or sorry, 42,000 households every week.
Okay, so thank you. So through you, the mayor, could we find out before the 14th, the answer to that question then? Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps we could ask in the interim week. I've got you, Councillor Liu. Perhaps we could ask in the interim week if you could do that, and then maybe I'm going to ask in a minute if we could outline the costs of what it would be for every second week and once a month, and then maybe just a couple of different options so that we'd have a place to start from our conversation on the 14th. If that's possible. Is that okay? Right. Okay. That's fine. It's been a while since I read it. Okay. Hang on one sec. We've got Councillor Liu and then Councillor Silovitz on the second round. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Hold on a sec, Councillor Liu.
Sorry not to jump in with the Councillor Liu here. Maybe I can assist with that. I think the discrepancy lies in buildings, because in my building at 18 Harding, we have 343 units, but we only get maybe 15 newspapers delivered.
Okay.
We get a pile of the advertisement piece.
Right.
But we only get a number. If I don't go down there first thing in the morning, I don't get a newspaper.
Okay.
So that could be the discrepancy.
Okay. Let's get those facts so we have them in front of us. So thank you. Okay. So Councillor Liu, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also very, very great report. Very detailed. You know, from, if I'm not mistaken, from what I'm seeing in the report, to be honest with you, staff saying that the demand is not huge. Let's put it this way. But before I start asking questions, with the indulgence, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, can you refresh my memory, because it's been 4 years? What's the content of the community bulletins? Is it the planning application? To be honest, I always mix that up. So, and also to refresh, the 4 new councillors, maybe they're not aware of, what's in the community bulletin.
It's an excellent question, Councillor. And I will say, I do know that some of the legislative notices are no longer legally needed. And so therefore there will likely be less than there was a number of years ago. But Ms. Hood, if you could correct me if I'm wrong.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The 4 years ago, when we stopped, the bulletin board did include a lot of public notices, a lot of black and white long text notices, which are now distributed through the website, and people can sign up for richmondhill.ca/news. I plug in there if they want to see all of those things on a regular basis. So we would recommend, if we move forward with the bulletin board page now, that it not include those statutory notices, but in fact, promotion and information about services, upcoming events, upcoming public consultations, that kind of promotional information. And that used to be included as well, in addition to the often 3 pages of black and white planning notice text.
Right. Okay, Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. Yeah, I would like to also look into maybe a bi-weekly cost, because honestly, I don't think we have that much to promote. And we have to find something to promote every week. It might be a little bit too much. And also my other question is, since we discontinue this community bulletin, did we receive any complaint from the public?
Ms. Hood.
For you, Mr. Chair, I am not aware, and this goes back to our previous manager of communications who helped with start this report before she left the organization. We didn't receive any complaints to strategic communications about the end of this bulletin board. And just to clarify, as it's outlined in the report, we didn't stop advertising in the Liberal. We do still do a lot of print advertising with them, but we do it on an as needed basis as opposed to a page every week.
Yeah, that's what I expect. Yeah, that's what I expect. A pay as you go thing, right? And that's that costs a lot less. So my other question is, so now Liberal is the newspaper is also going digital, and it always encourage people to go online, subscribe. So if we go ahead to reinstate this community bulletin, will that be included in the digital? I mean their web version, or just the print version, or is that negotiable?
Ms. Hood.
To you, Mr. Chair, I don't think the print costs included in this report include digital, other than the newspaper, the website does have, if you scroll right to the bottom, they have an e-edition, which includes the ads. It's actually a little flip book of the same, that's what the print paper looks like. So we would be in there, but the advertising on the digital paper on their website is separate, which we know because we actually also purchase quite a bit of that every year. not just for their site, but through Metroland, we purchased the digital advertising, which as the report outlines is geo-targeted to Richmond Hill, people in Richmond Hill to certain ages. We can target certain ages, et cetera. So I think that is separate from the print bulletin board.
Councillor.
Thank you. One last question. So since we stopped promoting the doing the community bulletin, we start doing our own newsletter twice a year. Am I correct? So with reinstating the ads on the newspaper, will it conflict or redundant with what we are distributing now? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Ms. Hood.
There would be some repetition, certainly, the same way that sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
That's okay.
The newsletter that we do now, the print newsletter, is a 4-page summary of as many things as we can get into it and still have it look spectacular and be readable and well received, et cetera. We would have some of those things also in the newspaper, but it's a very different channel. Direct mail into people's homes is, as our research shows, something that people actually prefer. They rate very highly that type of communication. So the overlap isn't a bad thing. It's the same in theory that when we're promoting something like there's a public information center tonight, for instance, and we have promoted that in print, online, in advertising, social media, both organic and paid social media, et cetera. We try to hit as many channels as we can because people need to see things ideally several times before it starts to really register. And then they're more likely to register for one of our events or go to one of our public celebration events, et cetera.
Okay. Councillor Liu.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions. I'm in support of the referral motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I'll just maybe finish off then. Thank you for the report. I appreciate the conversation. And again, I'll reiterate that I think we need to look at this in the grander scheme of things with the big budget. So I'm glad that we're referring this to give us a bit of time, a little bit more information. Hopefully will come and we'll have another week to think about it. But just a couple of thoughts. I think that there is a value in having a community page. Now, whether we do it, we certainly don't need it every week. I'm even wondering if we need it every second week, but once a month, I think might be okay. Maybe once every second week. But the nice thing about having a community page, and I did hear this from my residents when I was a ward councillor at the time, that they knew where to go. So every day, in those days, it was every week, they would open the Liberal to that page and then they would know everything at a glance that was happening on a pretty timely basis. I mean, every week they would see new things. So I think there's value. And if we're putting ads in the paper already, there might be some value in trying to conglomerate them into a community page so that they don't get lost in the paper, but rather the people who are, look at those types of things will know where to go. So I think that's one thing. I also think that there's, in any ad campaign that any company would do, and I know we do this, is, advertising our digital assets, our social media assets, and so on, does sometimes require a newspaper or printed presence. And I know we're doing that because we're doing the waste calendar, which is good. That's one of the most used documents on my fridge, that's for sure. And also the newsletter, which is the printed newsletter that goes out, is excellent. But it's all, ultimately it's better if we can drive all that traffic to the website and social media channels because it's cheaper, right? And so over time, we're evolving towards that. I think there may be some value in a newspaper or printed presence. So as I said, I think the bi-weekly or monthly is the way to go. And I would like to see a bit more specificity in what that would end up costing, because that's really what we're going to need to evaluate when we look at this on the 14th. And I also think because, we don't need a full page necessarily. I'll leave that to staff, but I will say, with all respect, we have a lot of stuff going on. I mean, we have public notices, like things like tonight, we have the PIC meeting. We've got, road reconstructions that people, need to know about. We've got events that happen. I mean, there's lots going on in this city. The nice thing about having a newspaper ad is that you can have it. Okay, if it's only once a month, you have to time it with the once a month, but we do have the opportunity to let people know on an ongoing basis what's happening. So I think there is value, but I do appreciate the staff report saying that, I don't think there's the value in having it every week. But I also think because we have the statutory notices that we no longer need to put in the Liberal, there should be room to, put our Canada Day ad, for example, which I expect we probably would put an ad in the Liberal for something like Canada Day, but put it in that page so people know where to find it. So I wouldn't mind, I'll frame this as a question. Is it realistic to move many or most of the ads that we currently put in the Liberal into a community page format rather than, having them? I realize that some of the ads will be timely and they won't time with the community page if we only did it once a month. But how much cost savings if we took some of those ads, conglomerated them with the community pages, and maybe added a little bit of money to it for a better presence, but it wouldn't be a doubling of the amount. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I will be able to get back to you on that.
That's fine.
The thing about this, it is certainly separating the cost possible. And what we would look to do is not pay for print advertising in addition to a bulletin board if we're already paying for it, as you say.
Whenever possible.
Whenever possible. If it isn't a weekly printed ad, then sometimes there would be timing where we would need to still pay for a print ad on a different schedule. The cost, I'll have to go back and look into it because the bulletin board would need to have a cost, in one place. Whereas right now we are doing advertising, print advertising as needed, and it's funded mostly, the vast majority by the different departments. If we're doing advertising we want to hire summer students, and we need to push for that, then we've got money coming from HR. We're doing the TMP pick tonight, then that is coming from the TMP group, their budget. So I'd have to see how it's difficult to just say, yes, we would stop this amount and then add this.
Okay.
Because it's spread out across the organization.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's an interesting comment, but I think, at the end of the day, that's an internal accounting problem. That can be overcome. But, and I know that's what you mean, but I think, we talked just a minute ago about, maybe not engaging with this idea with the election rebate program, but I think that engaging our community and letting them know what's going on is really, really important. I don't mind investing a bit of money into that if we can do it effectively. And I believe that there is a way to do this effectively. But anyway, I appreciate the council's comments. I mean, ultimately, we need to make a decision on that. And given what we're going to be voting on in a minute, we will be doing that with a little bit more granular detail on the 14th of February. So, all right, with that, no more comments. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Okay, opposed, that carries unanimously. And the last thing is the motion to adjourn and go have dinner. Okay, Councillor Silovitz, all those in favor? Look at that, that's unanimous. Okay, thanks very much. Have